15 for Josie Brooks in the B3 lane. ET time runs continue on. B-twin bringing 3. OET lane 2 and Street ET to lane number 1, please. We got about another 20 minutes, so open ET time runs for our ET category. Custom Street ET, MPS Racing Pro ET, and Mercedes-Benz Buckhead 20 ET. We'll be winding that down in the next 10 minutes time. We'll be giving a final call at this point for ET riders. And there will be a riders meeting. Mandatory riders meeting. All riders in all categories. At the base of the timing tower, 10 o'clock. Roger Jackson will be having a riders meeting. Mandatory attendance, all riders. Base of the timing tower, 10 o'clock. Now and then we'll wrap up this ET time run session and move into the riders meeting at 10 o'clock sharp. with the ET time runs. ET time runs have concluded. We had an open session for all three categories. Hopefully all the riders that wanted to got a run or two. Plenty of time to get that done. We're going to turn our attention in just a few moments to the mandatory riders meeting all categories. Nathan Timing Tower, Roger Jackson, and Cole, riders meeting.
get this meeting out of the way. First, I want to say thank you all once again, Downhard Manufacturing Race for being here. We appreciate it. We also appreciate you all coming out and working with us on transitioning from paperless tech card stuff situation. I know y'all who do multiple classes can appreciate hitting buttons besides writing all those tech cards out. We really appreciate you all working with us and getting that system on board. The track staff loves it. If you put the information in, your name will actually get printed out correctly and spelled correctly and so forth. All that's good stuff. We really appreciate y'all working with us on that. Thank Vernon specifically for putting a lot of work hours in because we developed that whole system ourselves. There's nothing that was bought. It's all coded and all that process and programming we did in-house ourselves. So we appreciate y'all kind of working with us on that. Live stream is up. You all just go to the website, hit watch live, and they'll be there for that. All right, so with all that said, we have been tracking weather. Y'all know we got weather as well. It's potential rain today, potential rain tomorrow is even worse. So instead of hanging around here another day or so, I want to try to go ahead and race. You know, we'll do it just like a one-day event, 2 hits and go. We'll get to eliminations, right? So one thing I am going to offer, because we were talking about doing the Saturday's Gamblers race, is maybe we can do a second chance race after second round of losers, right? And then everyone who lost second round can come and get in a $100 entry Gamblers race. That's exclusive of the event. You're not gonna earn points, it's just a straight, hey, I wanna keep making some passes, that way you ain't gotta ask me when you can get in, fit in to make a hit. There's a hit for 100, or whatever you wanna make, you know what I mean? You stay in a race, and then like last night, they won like $960 for 100 on their Gamblers race. So with that being the case, I'm gonna give y'all the kind of run order we're gonna go with. We're gonna go Sportsman Q3 out of Ultra Sportsman, y'all know the role right here. Pro Qualifier 3, ET Time Run, Q4 Sportsman, Q4 Pros. Then we're gonna go to E1 with the buyback rounds, get that out the way, and then we're gonna go into an opening ceremony. After the opening ceremonies, we're gonna go right into the pros. The reason I want to do the ET time run is get the pros a time, get the bikes turned around, cooled off, and so forth. We'll open the show up as well as the live feed with pros going down the track. Back to Sportsman, ET2, and then, like I said, at that elimination round 2, we'll have the kiosk open again for anyone who wants to do the Saturday Gamblers race. We're only gonna do it for second round losers. After that, it's no more after third round getting into none of that stuff. No buybacks. It's gonna be a one and done. We're supposed to have some grudge racers come later on this afternoon. We're gonna just keep operating the way we operate to get our business done. I'd much rather send you home with checks and trophies than tomorrow potentially rain checks or anything like that. So that's how we're gonna operate it. Anybody got any questions, suggestions, or anything, feel free right now to go ahead and make it real quick so we can get to the business. I think we're gonna push that up to like 11. We need to come like 11-1. I think that'll be better. Like if we can come up to, yeah, like 11 and 1. That's a good enough time right there. Then we'll get right to the open ceremonies and so forth. That'll probably be putting us still on target to do eliminations around 4-ish. I'm thinking that's gonna be more a realistic 3 to 4-ish. Cause it's not, I mean, technically, we can run quicker, but it's harder to extend a least amount than it is to the opposite way around, right? So, but I do want you all to get track time. We take advantage of the opportunity, and I definitely want to take opportunity this low temperature and good racetrack at the same time while we don't have no rain coming out the ground. So I appreciate y'all once again. If anybody got any suggestions or anything. Yeah, they say you gotta go to the base of the tower, and they'll meet you over at the fuel center over there. All right, I appreciate y'all once again. Yes, sir. That's fine, I'll go with that. That's fine. That's fine. Everybody y'all hear that, right? 12 and what? 12 and 2 for the pros. That's gonna be y'all qualifying shot. I'm good with that. Let's rock and roll, y'all. Let's make it happen. Keep them upright. Let's get some money.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Man, tough go of it there for bike number P201. Too quick, 9:35 for Ian Burt. Robert Burt as well, too quick at 9:40. Conditions here at Rockingham Dragway are optimal. Still in the 70s, 74 degrees. Outstanding. Outstanding conditions, outstanding racing surface here. Stanley Russell getting it done, 9:52. Bike number 777, Melbourne, breaking out. Mantez, Big Johnson Thompson, he's next up. Mantez sliding it through there. 9:48, too quick. Stanley Russell at the top of the pack. Stanley Russell, 9:52, leading the way through 3 rounds of qualifying. Big stand. Spencer Johnson holding down second. Mantez Thompson Jr. in third. And Robert Burt rounding out the top 5 in that qualifying order. Boy Mims taking off and running down through there. CJ in the house. He goes a 9:43. The very recurring theme here in Ultra Sportsman. Too quick, and too quick. Conditions here are outstanding, and the racing surface is equally outstanding. Riders having to make adjustments to calm these machines down to run their indexes. Coming out with MTC Engineering Super Comp shortly. Pro riders, you're just over an hour away from being called to the lanes. Pro riders, just about an hour away or so to be being called to the lanes.
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
MTC Super Comp action so far. Mantez Thompson Jr. sitting at the top of the heap with an 890 with a 1. CJ Mims right behind him. And to remove the broken motorcycle from the racing surface, appears we'll be able to cut them loose here very shortly. ET riders in all 3 of our ET categories. If you would like a bonus time run, please bring it to the lanes 1, 2, and 3. ET riders, registered ET riders only. Got the long 893. Excellent pass, and Colin Nash breaking out at 883. Bernard Gilbert breaking out at 884. Ryland Rowe to the good 892. That's going to move him up the ladder to the current number 3 position. Wade off pace for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. That was uncharacteristic. He's usually all over that 890 index. And Mantez Thompson Jr. even further off at 1136, way off pace for him. Off pace passes Michael Smith. Mad Mike Smith. He's always angry about something. Smith out of Macon, Georgia on his Hayabusa. He's up against John Loney. Smith and Loney both too quick. Smith the worst of the two at 882. John a little closer at 886. Both riders breaking out. John Markham, 890 with an 8. Slides him right up to number 2 spot in front of CJ Mims. All the stars are out here. Got Ron Love in the house. King of Duval right there. King of Duval. Just ask him. So Mantez Thompson Jr. still at the top of the heap with an 890 with a 1. John Markham, 890 with an 8, and CJ Mims, 892. Ryland Rowe, 892 as well. Very, very stout top 4. All pro riders. Basically gonna be running you guys in 45 minutes, so you're on a 45-minute call-up, all pro riders, 45-minute call-up. All pro riders, 45-minute call-up. We're gonna be moving into the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas qualifying round number 3 very shortly. Schwartz Law Group Top Gas qualifying round number 3. going to be moving into the 820 index quarter-mile action. 820 with a 0 is perfect out here. Nice field of Schwartz Law Group top gassers here on site. All right, top gas action next up. First pair, we've got Wade Cherry. Wade's out of North Carolina. And Josie Brooks. Josie over in the BP lane on her Suzuki. Former national champion, Josie Brooks. All the way down, getting the job done. Both riders away. Outstanding 8:21 for Josie Brooks, puts her in the number 2 spot. Wade Cherry way too quick, 8:05, outstanding run performance-wise, but way too quick, and he shut that off early. That was going quicker than that yet. Our defending national champion Heather Baldy leading the charge here in this session. She's a number 1 qualifier with an 8:20 with a 1. George Jones left side and Christopher Smith in the right lane. Right side in the Hoosier lane, away clean and gone. He goes, and 8:12 too quick for Christopher Smith. George Jones did not leave the line. He may reset. Check it out. Richard Holder next up in the VP lane. And Rodney Gant. Rodney on his Kawasaki, rolling down the Hoosier lane. Richard turns it red, going negative 002. 864, way too quick. 901 for Rodney. It's going to get him in the field. Class sponsor Kenneth Schwartz in the right lane. Schwartz 816 too quick. DeLong 818 too quick. Recurring theme. Both riders going under the index. And your current national champion and current #1 qualifiers next up in the Hoosier lane. That's Heather Baldy out of Missouri. Rashad Rowe coming down from Kentucky. Rashad 820 with a 3 is going to move him up to the #2 spot. Heather Baldy just under 819 with a 4. Great drag race right there. Outstanding run by both riders, working that number over. Carson Fields, left side, and Mantez Thompson Jr. again. He's in all 3 of our sportsman categories. .821 for Mantez Jr. He was flying through that 8th mile, and he cut it at the right time. 831 for Carson Fields. Heather Baldy stays at the top of the heap with her 820 with a 1. Rashad Rowe directly behind her, 820 with a 3. Mantez Thompson Jr., your #3 qualifier so far, 821. Josie Brooks and Scott DeLong round out the top 5 in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas action. ET riders, your lanes are open for time run action. Your lanes are open. Pro riders, you've got a 45-minute call up right now, 40-minute call up. right, rolling through some ET time runs here. Pro riders, 30-minute call up to the lanes, 30-minute call up to the lanes, pro riders. Rolling through some ET time runs for the ET riders, a little bonus activity on the racetrack. ET time runs. You can bring it to your respective ET lane, and we're going to give you guys some time on the racetrack for about the next 20 minutes. ET time runs. Street ET to 1, Pro ET to 2, and B-Twin ET to lane 3. Got about 20 more minutes of bonus track time for the ET riders, and we are less than a half hour away from the pros being called to the lanes. Less than 30 minutes away.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Talking about technological options, there's so many of them today, and sometimes you'll find them in places you wouldn't expect. Spencer Johnson's got some interesting stuff here on his dashboard that he's going to talk us through.
Yeah, the big screen is an Amazon special. I got it. It was a $52 ship, and I wired everything in with my RPMs, the neutral. I didn't wire up the fuel or nothing like that. But the top sensor here,
All right.
that's the RPM light. That's when I can do the burnout the same way every time.
Was that included on the dash?
No, that was separate.
Okay.
That was separate on Amazon also.
And what'd that set you back?
It was $35.
Wow.
And
Awesome.
the 150 there on the right hand side, that's my oil pressure gauge. I wanted a digital one because I wanted it to look cool. Also on Amazon for $22. And then the bottom right where the 66 is, that's my temperature hand. Also on Amazon for $25.
Wow, and it just goes to show you, as technology continues to multiply, costs do come down. So there's a lot of cool stuff out there in a lot of unexpected places, folks. Check it out. One thing that never ends at a Man Cup event is the work. The work continues. We're here in Rock Sanders' pit, and we've got a couple of bikes in various stages of disassembly while they do maintenance and repairs for today. I see we got the carburetor off over here, and are we in here doing some jet tuning? What are we up to?
Yeah, we rejetted it and checked the new seats and the carburetors. Yeah.
Right on. So,
Running a little too lean, we tried to loosen it up a little bit. And so we'll go ahead and pull the jets and stuff out and make sure everything's good with them.
just good maintenance.
Oh, yeah.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Check it out. We're here now with Rock Sanders and a grudge bike that he's involved with here this weekend. What can you tell us about the grudge bike?
This is the first weekend out with it. It's one of the bikes we put together with a couple of spare parts around the house, around the shop or whatever. We looking to here at Man Cup. We know that the points are with the rider instead of the bike. Okay. So we're going to try to keep Trey in #1 in grudge this weekend and see what we can do and see if we can stay on top.
So you're talking about this guy right here, huh?
Oh yeah.
So how are you doing in the points?
Right now I'm #1 in points.
Best place to be. I can see why you wanted to get some more points acquired this race. How many laps have you made on the bike so far?
This is really the first weekend out on this bike, so we got to see how it's gonna go. Hopefully we can pull the win out.
Right on. So any numbers you can share that you want to share, that you dare to share?
Oh well, a couple weekends ago at KOG, he set the nitrous record on the Ike Naylor bike. He went a 4:25, I think.
Wow, 4:25 in the 8th mile.
And him and Chop Shop, they set they're the first two to go down side by side 4:20s.
Holy cow! Here it comes. So, it's the race to the threes in the grudge bike category. Right? And it's bound to happen as the technology continues to improve, as everybody continues to gather data and laps and refinement. So I mean, but all we can do is throw a dart at a dartboard, really.
That's right.
At this point, how long do you think? And I mean, just pick a number. There's nothing too small or too large or too outrageous. How many years do you think it'll take before we see a grudge-style bike in the threes in the 8th mile?
I don't know. Maybe two
Wow.
years, something like that.
Wow. You see, now I was going to say something bigger than that, but there's no doubt that these combinations are the ones that have yet to be fully scienced out. And I mean, don't get me wrong, we've been running grudge bikes, no-bar bikes for years, but of course the whole emphasis in drag racing has shifted away from just the slick and bar bikes, which have decades and decades of development behind them. Are they maxed out? Probably. Are these?
Not really.
Not really, And with so many great racers continuing to pursue this type of combination, so many advantages, and it's a unique way to go, but it seems to be the way technology has brought us. No bar bikes with radial tires. Sounds familiar, just like in four-wheel drag racing where radial tire cars are doing things we would have never imagined years ago. Thanks for your time, guys.
Yes, sir.
And good luck today.
Thank you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, moving them in. Braden Davis out of power early, very uncharacteristic. Smitty steps it up 0.2 of a second. Outstanding pass for Smitty. Braden Davis coming to a stop just past the 3:30 mark. Something went awry and cut it off. We'll get that machine off of the racing surface. And Davis retains that #1 spot currently. JP Maddox and Terry Wynn may have something to say about that. But you're gonna have to bring it into the 4.0s. Terry's close. He's already been a 14. All right, it looks like they just about got the Davis machine off at the end of the racetrack, so the order to fire has gone out. Maddox in the VP lane, Wynn in the Hoosier lane. Fast by Gas Pro Mod action coming at you. Both riders pre-stage, moving them in carefully. And they're away. Good drag race right here. JP Maddox turning the light on, 423, besting the 421 by Terry Wynn. Terry coming on strong on the top end at almost 168, but he does not improve, but JP Maddox steps up a bunch, slides it right in behind Gerald Smith. Braden Davis still at the top with a 409. Terry Wynn second, 414. Gerald Smith 422 and JP Maddox 423. The field has tightened up immensely. Here at the Robinson Industries Rumble at the Rock. Robinson Industries Pro Open. Guys should be in lane number 4. That has been your assigned lane all weekend. And I guess we've got another competitor. Rob Giard off and on the throttle. He does not improve on his previous run. So we'll hold the 460 category here. And the Davis family has decided to unload the machine and put it into Pro Open. So this will be Braden Davis in Pro Open on maybe Dalton Perry's machine, I'm not sure. But Braden Davis is a new entry into the Pro Open category. is hoping not to be 0 for 2 in that VP lane. The Pro Mod bike did not make a representative run, although he remains #1 in Fast by Gas Pro Mod, but the decision made not to run it, probably a wise decision, saving the equipment. He has one more shot here in Robinson Industries Pro Open, which will come up at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock will be the next time the pros are back on track.
One thing about running a high horsepower, tire eating, clutch eating motorcycle is a lot of maintenance. We're here now with David Poole working on a bike that Mantez Thompson is going to be riding this weekend. Spencer Johnson involved as well. And tell us what you found here, Mr. Poole.
Yesterday we had an incident burnt up 3 fibers and 3 steels. So we just replaced the fiber and make sure we have our correct air gap so he can be consistent. It's back together, everything's back normal, ready to go back racing.
Cool. Show us the parts. Show us the carnage.
This is the damage.
Yes, sir.
Fibers worn. They all out of spec, and when they blew, they warp and caused the clutch not to work, be inconsistent. And that's how we know that the 60 foot was falling off. So we brought it in, pulled it apart, and that's what we found.
Yeah, there you go. And these days the bikes are so dependent upon the tune-up in these clutches because the clutches are used in a large way to provide the right amount of slip off the line to not just strike the tire. But of course the downside of that, or I should say the flip side of that, is that when that friction balance is disturbed, the bike doesn't do anything right in the first 100 feet.
The clutch just slide a lot longer, and that makes it even worse.
Right. And of course these are wet clutches, so they're designed and they can handle a little bit of sliding, but only so much. When you see damage like that, well, that's too much, ain't it?
That's too much, yeah. We try to make it lock up as soon as possible without blowing the tire away.
Name of the game, that's it. Summed up in about one sentence. So we're going to show you more tech stuff here today, and we're going to also be talking to Spencer about a product called the Mallet Magnet. And if you don't know what this is, it's just another way high technology brings new aspects to the game on an almost daily basis.
Bike number 05, that's Ronnie Procopio, 461-1. 9055, Michael Wheeler Jr., 461 with a 1. Pair up's going to be Josie Brooks in the VP lane, coming down from Canada, and Tyrone Lemons out of the Atlanta, Georgia area. .470 with a 9 in the right lane, 475 for Brooks. Brian Smith, too quick, 458, 147 for Smith. Smith family going to debut a new Suzuki Pro Mod, hopefully at the Man Cup World Finals in November. see how that progresses. We got Butch Schwartz, Calvin Blandon's beautiful Kawasaki, brand new entry here. Gone through a complete makeover. Lowry Callahan, rare instance, we got two Kawasaki's together. Schwartz left side, Callahan in the Hoosier lane. Charging down through there, 464 left side. That's an improvement for Schwartz. 473 for Callahan. Lowry Callahan does not improve with that shot. Defending national champion Deshaun Wheeler out of Kentucky, left side just a hair too quick, 459. Bob Mann, 462, makes a nice move. Bob Mann moving on up with that 462. Good pass for Mann. Next pair up, Michael Wheeler Jr., bike 156X. I believe that may be Curtis Griggs. 471 and an early shut-off, 133. Too quick for Wheeler, 457. He saw his dad just go a hair too quick, and he goes quicker than that. Here you go, your leader in the clubhouse so far, Michael Ostrowski, left side. And Brock Sanders coming up on the right side. Brock just getting in the park this morning. 459, 459's a pair right there. Both riders a tick too quick. No help for either rider. Alan Fields, your provisional number 2 qualifier now in the VP lane, and Morris Ball. Morris also on a Kawasaki. He's coming over from Alabama. Fields and Ball. Great reaction times a pair. You can see them right there. Fields on the number 461. 472 for Morris Ball. Next up, we got Michael Tian, North Carolina runner on Hayabusa Power. Mantez Thompson, senior, not quite the star that junior is, but Tez, senior. Mantez definitely looking to improve on his earlier 477. Mike Tian's got a 461 to his credit. 457, too quick. 459, too quick. Mike Wagner taking a shot at the 460 club. Mike Wagner sick and tired of getting his tail beat by his daughter. His daughter single-handedly ran him out of the Schwartz Law Group. Top Gas and Pops has landed in 460. Wagner family coming over from Missouri. Tim Shelton, left side. Shelton has been close to the number. 459.99. Close as you can get, but on the wrong side of the street. Something sounded a bit sick. 459.6, another 59 for Shelton. 525. Wagner out of power a little bit early there. Something went awry on the Wagner machine. ET Riders, please bring them to lanes 1, 2, and 3. Time runs for ET Riders will be forthcoming. ET Riders, time runs are open for you guys in the lanes. Ronnie Procopio, Mr. 460, in the Hoosier lane. Rashad Jones, left side. Ronnie slotted into number 3 spot. Rashad's been too quick each time. 460 with a 0.07. Ronnie Procopio takes the pole. Procopio nabs it. 459 with a 7 for Rashad. He was 3,000 too quick. He remains one of the guys that just has been too quick every time, but he's all over the number. And Procopio takes the top spot. Joe Procopio now in the Hoosier lane. He just saw his cousin, Ronnie, lay one down, and Joe does as well. Joe's 460 with a 1. Ronnie, 460 with a 0. Joe, 460 with a 1. Uncle Joe slams it into the number 2 qualifying spot. Outstanding.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We're here now with Spencer Johnson, who, as I understand, had a long haul to get up here. How far did you have to come?
It's about 6 hours, 30 minutes.
That's about similar to my drive up here from Daytona Beach. So Spencer's going to talk to us about a product that is just part of the high-tech onslaught, and it's apparently a way to get consistent, repeatable launches. And I guess it's called the mallet magnet. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And the device is right over here. And as we can see, there is a piece on the end of the clutch lever with a receiving, well, I guess we'd call that a steel magnetic piece. And can you show us how this thing works and tell us a little bit about what it's intended to do?
Alrighty. You just squeeze that puppy in there, hold that button, you lock it up, and you can let go of it. Then you can get on your two-step and then let it go whenever you're ready to go on the tree.
So letting go by the button, but actually throwing the clutch instead of just relying on a slider.
Right, absolutely. I done this right here to make me more consistent, to try to take all the human error out of the situation. And then all I gotta do is just focus on the tree and just minimize my movements, and then so I can be consistent and be a good racer.
Outstanding. So, of course, you know, for many years, before technology started to really creep in, you had to have a clutch hand to drag race, you know. Even back in the day when I was running 6-second funny bikes 30 years ago, we're throwing the lever to get them to leave, you know. And one of the things that always made that a little interesting, other than the fact that, you know, riders had to develop a lot of consistency with it, was it did give a rider a last chance opportunity to change what the bike could do right then and there, like if he saw bad track conditions or for any other number of reasons. But, you know, today's bikes, the technology has become so repeatable and consistent that being able to just leave that way works very well in a lot of ways, especially with the clutch technology. Now, do you have to do anything to slow down the lever, or do you just do it all in the clutch? Like, is there anything to slow down the rate at which it applies?
Oh, yes, sir. Right here, where it says 1 through 6, if I run 4, 5, and 6, it'll slow it down. If I run 1, 2, and 3, it'll speed it up.
Isn't that amazing? Just the standard lever adjustments can give you that much. And we've seen other devices, too, that are like hydraulic restrictors that'll allow a rider to just drop the clutch without having to actually put any, you know, slide into it. But this is a whole other game here with today's technology. And Spencer, just tell us a little bit about this bike and where you're going, what it's doing, what do you got planned for the future?
Well, I built this bike because I wanted a consistent bracket bike. I was wanting to do the grudge thing, and it didn't work out for me, so I went to the bracket world, and I love it because you get to race yourself and an opponent.
That's right, both at the same time.
Yeah. So we built this motor. It's a bone stock motor. I just wanted to run 6.0s. David over here calls me Mr. 6.0, you know, but I'm working on it, you know, to get it where I can get 6.0 every time, you know, but it's a work in progress. I tried to lighten it up because I'm so heavy, and I also wanted it to look good at the same time.
Yeah, it's a challenge making bikes consistent, and it's amazing what these racers do. They're so determined, you know, so willing to go that extra mile. So you've been a good performer this year. You've had a #1 qualifier or two?
Yes, sir. I had one at the last Man Cup, and right now I'm sitting at #1. We'll make one more qualifier today, so if I can seal the deal.
Right on. So Spencer Johnson came a long way, got some cool stuff to share with us. Appreciate your time, and good luck today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So no visit to the racetrack would be complete without seeing the top end. And here we see a variety of index bikes. Looks like we see Kenny Schwartz and Heather Wagner. We've got Top Gas finishing up right now. But, you know, we wanted to show you something else that happens down here. And this is, of course, part of the new age of drag racing. This is what we would call the dig or die competition, or no prep. So here we are all the way at the very end of the racetrack, and we see something we don't normally see. We see grandstands, we see some advertising, and we see clear evidence of a burnout box. What we see here, of course, is no prep racing at its finest, where we just use the other end of the track, where there isn't that thick layer of rubber and VHT and sticky that we associate with the typical starting line. So dig and die is done over here. No prep racing, no tree. It's a flagman start or a flashlight start, however they do it. I can't say that I've ever been to one, but it's just one more way that drag racing continues to evolve in what we call no prep.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this. Huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
So, you know, 460 is one of the biggest classes out here these days. Nobody can deny. Since its inception, it's just been in an amazing growth phase, and it doesn't seem to be stopping. But, you know, usually what we'll see in 460, and I don't mean to stereotype, but they're usually, you know, big motor, nitrous combinations, very effective, very tunable. Obviously, you know, gets the job done. But we found something yesterday that is an exception to this apparent standard, and it is what appears to be the only all-motor bike in 460. Is that the case, folks?
As we know it, yeah. I don't know any other racing series that might have it, but here at Man Cup, we are the only ones with all-motor.
Wow, outstanding. So, Josie, you know, I generally associate you with, you know, your prowess and your championships in Pro ET and, of course, Top Gas. How long have you been running this 460 bike?
We've been trying to get this one figured out for about a year and a half now, and yesterday we got super close. We won our best ET at 461.
461, so right in there. And again, that's all nuts. No juice, no boost, just what God put in the atmosphere added to gasoline. And so tell us a little bit about the engine, you know, because, of course, as I understand this is basically a, let's just say, a slightly older Pro stock combination?
Yep, that's correct. It's 1755, still the GS 1150 base, stock cases, obviously modified, Vance & Hines. Vance & Hines cylinder head, 48 electrons, and yeah, no nitrous. Other than that, 4-speed transmission, fast by gas and Robinson transmission.
Wow. So now, of course, this has got to have Vance & Hines fingerprints all through it. Who's your guy at Vance & Hines that, you know, cultures your program here, keeps you with the right pieces and the right right information?
That actually has my fingerprints on it after their fingerprints start on it. But Ed's been a big help. He set us up with the setup and give us some advice, tuning advice, the engine setup advice, and then I took it from there. So it's good. It was the first actually 2-valve that I've done, other than some of the old Kawasaki stuff. So it's been a learning thing for me as well. So it's been a lot of fun.
Wow, and you're definitely working with some of the best the industry has to offer. Tell me about the cylinder head. Tell me about what's going on here.
Like I said, it's a 2-valve without getting into the cam size and valve size, but titanium valves. The 2-valve has 2 spark plugs per cylinder, and like you said, it's basically a little bit smaller Pro stock.
Wow, amazing. So, you know, of course, what Vance & Hines is working with in their current year Pro stocks is this new all-billet head, which is an amazing thing. We saw that at the last race with Richard Gadsden. But, you know, this has been a big part of what 460 has been designed to do, of course, is to give a place to run for combinations which maybe would have been national event competitive a year or two ago. Now technology moves forward, but in 460 we've seen a lot of bikes, you know, brought out of the dust, brought out of the garage, getting down the track again, and such an amazing class. So what's the plan for today? You just, you know, don't have to fill any bottles, just keep running it, huh?
Yeah, I think we're going to try and step it up a little bit more. We took a little out of it last night because we spun the tire a little bit on our first qualifier. So we took a little out of it, but they prepped the track here at Rockingham so good last night that I think we could have gave it all she had. So we're going to try and step it up a little bit today and maybe get into the 60s, or you never know. Maybe
Yeah.
50 in its future.
Yeah, and they really did go after the track last night hard. Yeah, the rotator out there multiple times. They were definitely putting down the best they could. So just a quick question from a technical point of view. How do you slow a combination like this down? What is the actual tuning criteria? Are you pulling timing? What are you doing?
Well, it took us a long time to figure out how to get it out of the hole without shaking the tire. And then now that we're at that point, we're pretty much just doing it with pulling timing. So we'll pull 7 or 8 degrees for up to, and ramp it back into about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds down the racetrack. And that calms it down enough to get us out there. The track's good, you know, so errors, half decent.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this. Huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Mantez Thompson on top with a 950 with an 8. Robert Burt, 937, too quick. Ian Burt, oh so close, 949 with a 6. Looking for that perfect 9500. He's proven very elusive, but not badly to Mantez. He's only 8 thou off. Russell striking the tire at the hip. Both riders off the gas early. Wrapping up our J Squared Ultra Sportsman right here. 949, too quick for John Markham. Spencer Johnson, 949 as well. Pair of too quicks, outstanding, but too quick. Braden Davis, he adds his name to the list of the 890 club. Jumps up to the number 2 spot by 2 thou. CJ Mims off pace, 1958. John Markham off pace, 960. And at this point, Montez Thompson looking to, he has solidified number 1 qualifier position in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Outstanding. Pro riders, 10-minute call to the lanes. Fast by Gas Pro Mod, lane 3. Robinson Industries Pro Open, lane 4. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 to lane number 5, please. An 899 and does not improve, so it appears that Montez Thompson Jr. will be your number 1 qualifier here in MTC Engineering Super Comp. His 890 with a 1 holding. Braden Davis 890 with a 6. John Markham 890 with an 8. Santi Rodriguez Jr. 891. Bernard Gilbert, 892. That's your top 5 in MTC Engineering Super Comp.
And of course, if you know anything about motorcycle drag racing, or drag racing in general, but motorcycle drag racing's always been a real big thing here at The Rock. And of course, previously I worked with Steve Earwood here. There's been so many motorcycle drag races here over the years. It's been part of the My Rock series, which of course is combined with Maryland International Raceway, currently operating as the XDA. And I'm here today with a special guest, Jim Howard, who is the track manager and has quite an illustrious career going in drag racing himself. So Jim, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, you know, most of my racing career to start with was started with my brother George Howard, which mostly in Alabama. I moved up here a few years ago, but my career actually started in Alabama. I track operator with Montgomery Motorsports Park for 20 years, and we also operated Huntsville Dragway, US 43 in Tennessee, Bama Dragway. We created the $1 Million Drag Race. My brother did. It was a dream to. He said, "I want to pay a bracket racer $1 million."
And that was a first of its kind thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was unheard of. You know, everybody, you know, told me. I even told my brother. I said, "You're insane. There's nobody going to pay $2,500 to come race
for a tech car.
For a tech car for bracket racing." You know, and in days back in 1996, and anyway,
what a pot, you know, what a prize.
You know, it is back in them days. There's several stories. You know, T.J. Tracy was our first winner, and he actually took his house payment and everything and didn't tell his wife to. You know, he was on his last dollar to make it to the $1 million. It was kind of like he just. Like going to the casino. He
more or less, yeah. Drag racing's like that sometimes.
And he won, and you know, and I forgot exactly what the amount was, but it was a couple $100,000 back in them days, and which changed his life. I mean, the $1 million is
sure
changing event, and to this day, he's in business for himself. His whole life changed, and it's been amazing. And we're fixing to celebrate our 30th anniversary of the $1 million, which of course. My brother George, who is the actual, he's in the Hall of Fame. Him and Bill Bader are in the same category of promotion.
Tall company.
Yeah, pretty good. You know, yeah, that's pretty tall company right there. So, but anyway, George passed away a few years ago.
I'm sorry.
And sold the $1 Million race, the rights to it, to Randy and Jennifer Folk, which have done a fantastic job.
That's what I've heard.
It's at a new level than it's ever been. It's fixed to celebrate its 30th anniversary at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and I think last year there was over 700 entries for its 29th anniversary.
Just wild. And, you know, who'd have thought pots like that would ever be available in drag racing? But here it is. It's today. And you had a large part of it. So now you're here at the rebirth of Rockingham Dragway. And like I say, I've raced. I've been down this surface as a racer myself, as a tuner, as a builder, as a promoter, as a member of Man Cup, as a member of My Rock. You know, this racetrack is near and dear to my heart, and always been a big fan of Steve Earwood. He and I just always saw eye to eye, so I love everything about this track. So take us through some of the renovations here. I mean, it would appear that the current owners are aggressively improving this facility.
Oh, it's Dan Van Horn and Al Gennarelli have just. It's the rebirth of the Rock.
And the patrons of this racetrack right now. They are.
Yes. I mean, and they're racers themselves, and they raced here at the Rock with Steve. You know, of course, Dan Van Horn does the Modern Street Hemi Shootout. Okay. So these guys are both drag racers, but Al is in the construction business, the concrete business of all things. And
how helpful.
Yeah, how helpful it is. And, of course, Dan is just an unbelievable. I've been in this all my life. And I've never seen anybody as aggressive as far as promotion. And now with all the new social media and all the stuff that's going on, I mean, this place has just exploded.
Wow. And you said the local community is getting involved too.
Oh, everybody. The Richmond County Tourism Board is just all on board, the state. And we've got help to help. They want to keep the Rock. We're one of the few racetracks in America that the people want it. They're not trying to close it.
Right, yeah.
They want us here. You know, they want us here, and they want to build it. And
great to see.
These guys have we're so active in the community, and the community's active with us, and that's how all these improvements. And
Yeah, everywhere I look.
I mean,
You know, I see new buildings I've never seen before. I see modifications of existing buildings. Everything is freshly painted. And of course, I was studying what the concrete work that's going on with the stands on the the left side of the track. And I actually spent a few minutes up there just looking it over. Don't know much about concrete. A friend of mine who did concrete once told me, we know two things about concrete. It's hard and it'll crack. But, what's going on out there is immense. And I mean, this takes resources to take whatever we've got there, 800 feet of concrete stands and completely rebuild them. That's what it takes. They've been out there for decades, and it's time to renew. So, but anytime I see folks like you doing things like this at a place like this, it just warms my heart for the future of our sport. So, do you think this is going to continue? Is everybody still real enthusiastic about what's happening? And a quick question for you too: what about that track across the street? What's going on over there?
Well, last year, we had NASCAR come back.
NASCAR returned to Rockingham after how many years did that track sit idle?
I think 2004 was the last time they had an official. They had a little something there, I think, in the 2013 or 14, and nothing big. But last year they had the Craftsman Truck Series and Xfinity Series come back, and
what an amazing renewal, because we didn't know that would ever happen.
It was blown out. We had more people at the Rock than they had at the Bristol Cup race.
Wow.
So I mean, it's so there's and everybody's been involved over there too. So we're hoping and praying for the track next door. They've spent lots and lots of effort and money, and it's just like this deal here. It was just kind of like a dream, especially with my story. Of course, David Ellsbury, which was just an unbelievable friend of mine and partner in Montgomery. And we're not spring chickens anymore, right?
No, I know what you mean.
So anyway, when we sold Montgomery, Rockingham actually is my wife's forever home. This is her birthplace.
Wow, no kidding.
And yes, and we have a home and property here in Rockingham, so we decided when we sell out, this is going to be our forever home.
It's like fate was calling your name, huh?
Yeah, so we get up here, and of course, we took off a year and did what people do when they retire, or they think they retire. And Steve, who was a lifetime friend of me and my brother's, calls me. And, of course, Billy Weeks, which used to be Steve's kind of right-hand man here.
I remember Billy, yep.
Suddenly passed away. And Dan and Al was actively involved in buying the place. And Steve called me and asked me what I was doing. Of course, I was sitting on the couch quarterback,
So he brought you back out of retirement, did he?
Brought me out of retirement. He goes, hey, can you help me through this transition and get these guys on their feet? And I said, I'll do what I can do, because now I'm doing it because I want to, not because I have to. And these guys are just fantastic people to work with. And that's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah.
But when we got here, I mean, and I can tell you just in a brief sentence what we've done. We first got here, the whole track was ripped up.
Yep, I remember that.
6,000 feet of brand new wiring. We got new scoreboards, new timing systems. We got scoreboards on the tower. We've redone a multi-million-dollar project on the Beechers. We've got brand new bathrooms. We've got new shower systems.
It all looks so good.
All LED lighting, all new entrances and roads and buildings, and I could just go on for 15 minutes, and there's no stopping. It's just the beginning, guys.
That's great. And now, was the track ever not operating, or was it a more or less seamless transition?
It was a seamless transition. I mean, this had been going on a while with Steve and Dan and Al, and I just want to reiterate, them guys are. I'm just here to help these guys do whatever they need, but I'm telling you, these are fantastic.
You're the tool. You're the agent of change.
Yes,
You're the creators.
I'm the race director
Yeah.
to help these guys and try to keep the crew going, and they just. I mean, we got a full service bar restaurant in this place. I mean,
see that.
We've got a stage built. We have concerts here.
Well, it takes a veteran like you, and I mean the money men, for lack of a better way to put them, the patrons of the track. That's Dan and Al. When you get into something like that, and it's not your main business, you need somebody like this to pull all of disparate pieces together and make that transition seamless.
I'm a little bit of the glue that gets the, this is a racing facility, but these guys dream. This is more of an entertainment complex. The Rock is back.
That's where it's going.
It's about the experience of being here. We want everybody to. We want the fastest, the cleanest, the safest racetrack in America, and we're working on it. And it's going to just get better.
It's always been fast, and now it's going to be pretty, and now it's going to be, basically a jewel of the county, of the entire area. And, you brought up Alabama. So much great racing has taken place in Alabama. I had the opportunity to visit Talladega and the International Motorsports Hall of Fame there a few weeks back while we were out there racing with the Man Cup at Steele, Alabama. And so thanks again for spending some time with us here today.
Enjoyed it, and we
appreciate what you're doing.
Being here.
Yeah.
And
we're going to be back.
Come back next year, and you're going to see even more done. This
Even
is
more.
The Rock.
This is
it's
the Rock.
Legendary Rock. I mean,
and it ain't going anywhere.
No, it's just
thanks to Jim and a very dedicated crew of apparently very capable people. So that's Man Cup at the Rock. We'll be back. Hope you are too.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Rashad was 001 off the tree, Heather 007. Rashad too quick, Heather 826. So a couple great runs right there. And there is a report of debris on the racetrack. The hard-working CMA volunteers monitoring the racing surface all weekend for us. And George Jones turning 46 years old today. George Jones, only 46 years old. A very happy birthday to George Jones. George, let's see if we got number one qualifier in there for you. 820 with a 0 on your birthday. Let's do it. Oh, here comes Josie Brooks in the Hoosier lane. And they're up against the turbo machine. Built by Darn, powered by Gold Chains. Kenny, the counselor Schwartz in the VP lane. Wow, 0002 red for the counselor. 832 taking win by Josie Kenny 831. One of those riders as close to numbers I'm sure they were looking to be. Sunlight we've had. Have not had to deal with that. We had a lot of cloud cover, but it's still only 82 degrees out here on an August day. Absolutely gorgeous day here at the Rockingham Dragway. Christopher Smith, left side, Carson Fields. Second generation right side. Next pair rolling down there, it's Smith. Left side is 825. Coming in second to Carson Fields, 820 with a 4. He slides into the number 3 spot behind Rowe. Uh-oh, and here is the big birthday boy. He's worldwide. George in the Hoosier lane, it's his birthday. And we're getting reports that that 46-year-old may be a little bit light. But happy birthday, George, regardless. And he's away clean. So is Mantez Thompson Jr. 8-10. Strong pass, but a breakout for George Jones. Mantez, 829. That does not improve him. George Jones has been breaking out the whole time. He's been running too quick. Wade Cherry next up in the VP lane.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Looks like Holder's gonna be next up. Pro Rider will be moving directly into the no track preparation. It's going to shut the top gas in. A full maintenance operation surface has been concluded. So we'll be able to move directly into the pro category. That last round of qualifying will set the field. Heather Baldy, the pole. One rider looking to dislodge that Richard out of Jacksonville, Florida. Nope. Very aggressive off the starting line and did a very great job of keeping it in his lane and upright. Mike testing the limits of that 7-inch Thompson tire right there. But Rich kept it in his lane and kept it upright. Great job of Rich Holder. And that concludes Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Heather Baldy, your number one qualifier. Roderick Jackson, checking our please. Roderick Jackson, checking our please. Braden Davis, left side, and JP Maddox, full-on millionaire. Braden Davis actually has withdrawn his original entry that went 407, troubled entry. This is a new entry. Gary Wynn. JP Maddox a bang. Did not slow him down a bit. 404, so he moves right into the number one pole spot that he held. So, Braden Davis goes from not being on the sheet right back into the number one spot that he held with the other bike. It's a brand new entry, so his other runs had to be removed. But 404 taking the pole right back. Braden Davis here in Fast by Gas Pro Modified. Terry Wynn in the left side. He's currently your number 2 qualifier. He's got a 10th to go to take the pole. Gerald Smith, 422. He is third in the field, and he will stay at least that. Good news for Gerald. Moving on up. Bike's out of there and through. Good pass. 419. Terry Wynn. 419, 176 for Terry. Smitty 437. And that looks like we have a field set in Pro Mod. That'll be Braden Davis on the pole at 404. Terry Wynn 414. Gerald Smith on Black Ops is 422, and JP Maddox, the multi-millionaire, at 423. A very tight field. The riders tightening right up. Once again, congratulations, Braden Davis, Davis family, taking that pole. It'll be Davis versus JP Maddox a little later in the first round, and Terry Wynn will take on Gerald Smith in the other pair. Wynn holding lane choice as well as Davis. That'll be coming up a little bit later, the first round of eliminations.
We're here now with Sandy Rodriguez, our current Super Comp champion, 2 years in a row. And of course, Sandy is fighting for his life for a three-peat this year. Tell us about the competition and what you think you've got to do to put a third consecutive national championship under your belt.
Well, I tell you what, right now it's super tight. Mantez Jr. went out there first hit and pretty much went 890 with a 1, and that was the target. I went out there and went an 89 with a 3, and Davis Braden went 89 with a 6. There's been a couple other 89s with digits. So we've got 16 bikes right now in the field. Anybody can win it, and everybody's just on their game. So it's not going to be easy, but I mean, we don't come out here for second place. We come out here to win, and to show up for the sponsors and stuff. So looking forward to it. We're going into Q3. Weather's a little better today, so hopefully we can get on the mark and get it closer to the good side of the ladder, and go from there, man.
Outstanding. So where it goes from here, and of course we're running a bit of a condensed schedule today because we believe rain is coming in tomorrow, so everybody's in hurry up mode. What is your current points lead on your closest competitor?
Actually, Braden has the lead right now by a few points. It's less than 1 round. I run it up at the last race, and Braden won the first race, so I believe we're less than like 8 points apart. So again, he's the best right now. He's a champ. So. But like I said, anybody in this class, anybody can win it. Everybody out here is headhunters. They're all good. They're all good at the light. CJ Mims is good. I mean, everybody out here. So you can't take anybody out. You got to take it 1 round at a time. And basically I got to do what I've been doing all year. Just try to stay consistent, man, and go 1 round at a time and make as many points as I can.
Well, I also have the benefit of watching Santy at our local NHRA Summit Bracket Series at Valdosta, Georgia. And, he's always a hot contender there, always right on the number. So what is the index in 890 for the 8th mile?
560.
560. So that's what we're running this weekend. No, we're doing a quarter mile this weekend. That's right. Okay. Gotcha. So 890 is the number. It's Super Comp. And just remember, Fuel Tech is everywhere. And Santy is going to give it all he's got this weekend for another move towards a third consecutive national championship. Congratulations on your performances these last couple of years, and thank you also for being our chaplain. Everyone, Sandy Rodriguez.
God bless, guys.
All right, 460, final qualifying right here. Final qualifying right here. Left side, Sean Wheeler, our defending national champion. Right side, Paris Suzuki's here. Great light from Deshaun. 465, 143, puffing of smoke. May need to check Deshaun's equipment, make sure it's okay. 464 for Tyrone. winds up being his best qualifying pass of the day. Deshawn did not improve on his best. Morris Ball moving into the puddle, but ahead of him, got Bob Mann out of Indiana. And Alan Fields, but we may have a report of oil. So safety above all, we're going to check that racetrack.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Look at this, huh?
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Allen Field's 461 was not an improvement. Robert Mann's 467, also not an improvement. Brian Smith having to back it off. Morris Ball from Alabama in the VP lane. Morris away and gone. Early shutoff. No improvement. Ronnie Procopio, 460 with a 0 and a 7 behind that. Is on the pole. Trouble in the right lane. That's Mike Ostrowski, who was the #1 qualifier for quite some time at 460 with a 2, only to see himself relegated to 3rd in that 3rd session alone. Rock Sanders. Rock, a veteran campaigner even at his young age on a Suzuki. He's out of Leatherneck Racing. Rock, 459 with a 4. He is tuned up for the elimination process happening later today. But he did not qualify well. He was under. And that's not a good thing. But we don't race him on paper. It's why you run him in the elimination process. There's our event sponsor, Bill Robinson, Robinson Industries out there. Pretty much every single one of these motorcycles in this category equipped with one of his transmissions. Very specialized, very strong, very durable transmissions developed by Robinson Industries from the great state of New York. Lowry Callahan left side and Tim Shelton right side. Tim once again belts out another 459. I think he's done it every round. It's incredible. Tim Shelton, 459 again. Lowry Callahan, 468, does not improve. He's got a 465 to his credit already. He does not improve. ET Riders, lanes 3, 2, and 1, please, for your first round of eliminations. All 3 categories, and it will be random pairings. Random pairings, all 3 categories. V-twin in 3, pro in 2, and street ET into 1. Mike Wagner, left side. Michael Wheeler Jr., right side. Wagner off the throttle early, 472 for Wheeler. No improvement for him. He had a 461 under his belt. And Wagner's, no improvement as well. So they will stand pat moving into the field. Rashad Jones left side and John Butch Schwartz right side on the Kawasaki. That did not sound good off the line. Rashad Jones, 461 with a 4. Nice pass for Rashad. Will move him up the pole quite a bit. John Schwartz, well, he made it down the racetrack. Did not sound good off the starting line at all. But they'll get it tuned up back at the trailer. You're sure of that with Calvin Blandon in the house. Great to see Calvin back. Great to see him out here, B&M Racing. Scott Samish left side. Samish and Cootie Thomas, the old guard. Cootie Thomas back out here. Great to see Cootie out here. 5:23, not too well, but it gets him in the field. Samish 4:59, he's all over the number. That will not improve him, but shows that he's ready for the elimination process. Samish already had a 4:61 under his belt, so he's ready to go. Josie Brooks next up right side, and Mantez Thompson Sr. Rumor in the pit area, this could be Mantez's last year on the bike in 460. His son does so well that Mantez may hang it up. .459 with a 6 for Mantez and 463 for Brooks. Next pair, Curtis Griggs. Curtis out of North Carolina, beautiful blue Suzuki. Getting help from the Loney family. Gladys and John. Right side, Michael Tien. Mike, also from North Carolina, via New Jersey. Both of these racers, tough as nails. Let's see who's got the best in blue. Tien, big reaction time advantage, 461. Nice pass for Mike Tien. That actually does not improve him. He's already in ahead of that. That's outstanding. So Mike Tien, 461, 475 for Curtis Griggs. Curtis, a 10th better than that previously in qualifying, so Curtis is in high cotton as well. Going to be very, very tough, if not borderline impossible, to unseat. Ronnie Procopio at the number 1 spot. He went a 4.6007 last pass. Ronnie is really dialed into that number, and there's been an incredible number of 459s thrown out here during qualifying. It's been impressive. If that if all those 59s turned into 60s, it would have been one heck of a way to look at it. So it's all good, and I think we're going to be able to call Ronnie Procopio as your number 1 qualifier in the 460 category. ET elimination round number 1. You'll be next up. We start with Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin ET. You'll be in lane 3. Move to Voodoo Customs Street ET elimination round number 1 out of lane number 1, and we'll complete it with MPS Racing Pro ET out of lane number 2. This is elimination round number 1. Your buyback is prepaid, so all riders effectively will advance to round 2. ET Riders, bring them to lane number 1 for your first round of competition. Jimmy Smith, right lane. That's going to be Casey Smith, left lane. Jimmy Smith, right lane dial 1020. Casey Smith, left lane dial 1080. Good little drag race right here. Green lights a pair. Give it to Casey, 1095 on a 1080. Jimmy was closer, 1025 on a 1020. So you know what that means. He was a little late on the tree, but Jimmy Smith does come back. Elimination round number 2 will determine who's going to go to the final and who's not. Larry Berger rolling down through there. Voodoo Custom Street ET, Voodoo Custom Street ET, random pairs. You guys will be next up out of lane number 1. Voodoo Custom Street ET. You guys are going to be next up out of lane number 1. And then we'll wrap up this round of ET action with MPS Racing Pro ET coming out of lane 2. Broderick Jackson, check in with the tower, please. Broderick Jackson, check in with the tower, please.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
And Grudge Riders, lane 6 is for you. Lane 6 is open for you. We will mix you in on these test hits between categories. Lane 6 is for Grudge. We will mix you in between categories. Lane number 6. Buda Custom Street ET action. This is round number 1. Robert Burt left side and John Loney right side. Stanley Russell, the winner there, 9:55 on a 9:53. Good starting run for him.
Look who I found, my old friend Lowry Callahan, who I've been racing around since, seems like forever. Lowry, when did you first make your first lap on a drag bike?
Back in 1984 is when I first got into it.
84. You know, that's literally the same year I got into it.
Great.
So that's why we go back so far. And Lowry's been at the events as long as I can remember. And, you know, so it's going back about 40 years. Aging ourselves a little bit there. Sorry, brother. So tell us about what you're running here. This looks like some old school Kawasaki fun.
It's definitely old school. No high-tech stuff about it. It's got the Schnitz box on it. 1500cc with a little shot of nitrous. Motor's built by Steve Savek. Motor's going on 2 years and hasn't been touched.
Never been touched. Never had to head off.
Nope.
Wow, that's amazing. And so which class or classes are you running this one in?
Running 460.
460. So look at that. You know, you're not talking about an immense amount of optimization or expense here. So how do you make so little do so much?
Just got a good engine builder.
And a cagey veteran operating it. So what about this ZX9 bodied one over there? What's that about?
I just purchased that last Sunday. Got it from, actually I bought it from Ben and didn't realize it was actually a friend of mine, Steve Pops.
All right.
Virginia. So it made it more sentimental. And,
right on.
So we're going to put another motor in it and play with it for a while.
And what's the intention for that new hire?
560 class, somewhere in that area, just something mild.
Awesome. So of course we've got an accelerated plan here today. Are you ready to go for it right now, here?
Yeah. Try not to go under, because that bike's very easy to go under. It runs 550s all day, but I had to play with it a little bit.
Outstanding. So just to clarify, this is a 460 bike. Right on. You know, I don't mean to be so impressed, but yeah, it just goes to show how you can get a whole lot done with a very straightforward combination when you know what you're doing. But of course, it takes a great engine builder too. So Lowry Callahan, let's name one person in our combined past. A guy who used to build bikes for a guy who used to come ride for me. Who am I talking about?
Neil Fastlane.
Neil Fastlane. And I think you also rode one of his bikes, or I mean one of his...
Tommy Stebbins.
Yeah. What's Tommy up to these days?
He's still around. He's can't get around like he used to, like we all do, but he's still hanging in there, and I got to go down and visit him.
Outstanding. And I talked to Neil Lane not that long ago, and you know, he ain't too old to get back on one of these things, is he?
Yeah. Neil actually lives about 35 miles from me.
Wow. And has he ever talked about getting back on?
No, I don't think so. He's done. He's one of the smart ones.
Well, you know, I've thought a little bit about it myself, and getting back into this with the Man Cup here this year, boy, I'll tell you what, it's getting some old juices flowing, so who knows what that'll come to. But once again, Lowry Callahan, good old friend of mine, still out here making it happen. Thank you, Lowry.
Appreciate it, man.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From
Got DeLong and Braden Davis, couple great trees there. Davis, 94 on an 88. DeLong off pace, well, not too much. That was a close drag race right there, 1 thou margin, crazy. Braden Davis making it just that close. All right. Pro ET action is underway. This is MPS Racing Pro ET. I do need my #1 qualifiers, all #1 qualifiers to gather at the Man Cup Tech Tent. All #1 qualifiers to the Man Cup Tech Tent. And tune into the Man Cup website for Santi Rodriguez's tips on how to diet. Dana Delt next up on a Honda in the left lane, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Florida. Dana dialed 980, 907 for Schmidt. Schmidt 912. Dana Delt breaking out. 968. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. was 002 on the tree. He is loaded and ready to go for this elimination process here at the Robinson Industries Rumble at the Rock. 4:59 through the 8th mile, 4:56, excuse me, 4:56 at 151 mile per hour through the 8th mile. That left lane, moving on down through there. Jeremy Burt next up, left lane, and Rashad Rowe. Josie Brooks in the previous pair turned it just red, 013 red. She is all over that 820 index. Rashad dialed 820 as well. Rose 817, the better of that double breakout. All right, John Loney left side and Ryland Rowe, they're both dialed in the 8s. Loney pushes the tree, goes red. Rowe was 009 to the green and he goes 890 with a 1. Very little meat left on that bone. I'd say he is set up for round 2. Got Markham and Colin Nash to conclude this first round of MPS Racing Pro ET action. Going to be turning it over. All #1 qualifiers, we do need you at the Man Cup Tech Tent. Receive your hardware and
you all know. Up 10 for your award.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
I'm here now with the long, lanky Taylor Harper. And Taylor, you had mentioned an association with another big star.
Yeah, people know my name by the fact that my first name's Taylor, but Taylor Swift is more notable than myself, so I always call myself Taylor Not So Swift, so people remember my name.
That's cool. So I'm talking to Taylor today because, well, for one thing, he's been racing forever, kind of like me. But he told me about an instance he had, and continuing with our high-tech highlights, I want to talk to you folks a little bit about an engine diaper and what that is. Of course, these days we're doing everything we can to prevent damage to the racetrack surface from failing engines, any other type of mechanical failure that might otherwise put oil on the track. It's a safety issue. It delays for cleanup, so we're doing everything we can to stop that from happening. And so what has evolved over time are what we call engine diapers. A funny name for a pretty effective way to keep things from becoming a big mess out there. And anybody who's ever blown a motor at the track knows what it's like. You can really make a mess of the racetrack. I've done it myself. So tell us a little bit about your experience.
First off, I'm 71. I probably need a diaper.
Well, and there it is right there.
I was at the last Man Cup race. I qualified with a 890 with a 5. And then the second round of qualifications, I lit the motor up. I was going down the track, and it went like to 2 cylinders, so I didn't even pull off. I thought I just lost a coil. So I continued off the track, and then when I looked down, I had aluminum on this leg, and the whole front of the motor was blown out. A 3-inch hole with a rod let go on number 2, and it windowed through the back, cut through the back.
Wow.
The important thing was, as I pulled over, there was no oil dripping on the track. They came down, inspected the track, and went right on with racing. No delay, no nothing. So it's a testament to what a diaper can do. So.
It's amazing. And, this is actually a relatively, minuscule diaper. If we look, and we'll do this a little later, we'll look at one of the Pro Mod bikes, one of the Grudge bikes that have the full arrangement. It just contains everything. But, I just found it really interesting that, a hole in the engine block, a connecting rod, waving around, creating all the havoc it can, 3 quarts of oil in the engine, and none of it ended up on the racing surface.
As far as I could tell, none of it was on the surface, didn't delay anything.
Wow, so there you go.
I'm surprised, because I next thing I know, I hear him ripping down the track. And the interesting part was, even with that 890, I only qualified number 7. That was a close weekend.
With an 890, you qualified number 7.
For number 7, yes.
Amazing. So,
great racers at this track.
Yeah, Rockingham. We're going to talk more about Rockingham history. This, of course, has been a staple of the motorcycle drag racing sport for decades here at Rockingham, and they've got some, new people involved and a lot of new improvements. So great to see this venerable, historic racetrack continue forward into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck. And
when are you coming back out again? I remember you were rumoring about a Top Fuel bike a long time ago.
Yeah, that was back in the day. It, really never took flight, but I'll tell you, every time I come out here, I get just this much closer. Maybe I'm going to beg a ride off of someone.
I took 25 years off raising a kid and running a business, but I'm back here now, so that's the way
it's never too late. And with all due respect, fellows like you going so strong into their 60s and 70s, you give me a lot of hope.
Spider-Man.
There you go. All right, folks. That's Taylor, and that's what diapers are doing to help keep us all safe.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Now it's time for the handing out of the hardware to our hard-working #1 qualifiers. And we're going to start out with a young man not unfamiliar to this position, Braden Davis. Way to pull it out there in the last dash. So tell me what happened this weekend and how you ended up qualifying #1 on Dalton Perry's bike instead of your own.
Well, you know, we started out with our bike. We went 409 yesterday. And then Q3, we come out today, and it broke the wire off the relay and shut the power off, and that was in second gear. So we felt no need to, change the motor, put one of our good motors in. I was going to run Dalton's bike in Pro Open, so I withdrew my entry from Pro Mod with my bike, put his in, which took me off the ladder. I had to go out there, and I had to break the tree and make a pass. So I happened to go 404 and qualify #1.
Just happened to go 404.
Yeah, we're going to try to go 399 next.
I don't doubt it. Great job to you and Mr. Dalton. #1 qualifier, Braden Davis. All right, next up, Ronnie Procopio. Come here. Come here, Ronnie. Hey, listen, I've been trying to get you an interview all weekend, and we're going to do that too, but we're going to do a quick one right here. I got one question for you. Where comes from praise for your racing? What does that mean, and where did it all start? Well, I think a lot of us are getting older, that's for sure. But great job. When you went 4600 with a 8.7. 7 10,000ths off. Perfect 4.6. Congratulations again. Thanks for coming out with us this weekend. Ronnie Procopio, everybody, the Legion of Doom. And Heather Baldy. Come on up, Heather. Another #1 qual. Top gas. How do you feel about your chances this weekend, Heather? Good enough. No details whatsoever. I think you got your mom's shirt on right now. It says, "I'm no help." Congratulations. Great job. Thanks for coming out. One guy left that's going to take the last two #1 qualifier awards, and it's, of course, Mr. Mantez Thompson Jr. #1 qualifier in Super Comp and Ultra Sportsman. You got enough arms there for all this? And to what do you attribute your continued success here at Man Cup?
My family, pops and my mama. My mama for the continued motivation when I get down. And my pops for always having the tune up on point. No matter, I was kind of in my feelings yesterday because the points and stuff, and we was kind of struggling with 6-0. My pops said, "Don't worry about it, I got it." Went out there that last match, hit it dead on.
Damned if you didn't.
Hey, hit it dead on. So I always David Poole was blessed to ride his bike. Put our heads together. Still been up so far, hopefully.
Hell of a weekend so far, Mantez. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out. And I'd like to call up now a special guest, our event sponsor, Bill Robinson. Come on and say hello to me, Bill. Everybody, this is the Mr. Bill Robinson. And Bill, you've been building transmissions. You've become really one of the preeminent in the industry, certainly well regarded. What do you attribute your success?
Well, I've had some help, hard work for sure, and a desire to make a good product. You know, it's saw a need for things, and people were breaking stuff, so make things that don't break. Try to anyway.
Well, I guess that's pretty much the secret formula in the transmission world. Make things that don't break. So,
Easier said than done. We're working on it.
well, decades of deep experience certainly have been helpful. And, we really appreciate the support of the event and your continued. We have a few less happy racers here.
Could be.
Everybody, Bill Robinson, the event sponsor, and of course the top dog behind Robinson Industries.
Hello. There we are. I'd also like to thank everybody that uses our products, because you're keeping us going and we're keeping you going, and that's the way we're going to do it.
That's pretty much how it works, man. It is symbiotic out here. Everybody covers everybody else.
Is that on? Okay. I also have to thank my son Tim. If it wasn't for him, I couldn't be doing this. I did it on my own for a long time, and my boy helped me out, and he's going to carry it on.
That's for the significant response. Thank you, Bill. Here, it's going to stay in the family name. Outstanding. So we're going to move on now to the remainder of our opening ceremonies. I'm going to call on my good friend Santi Rodriguez, the official chaplain. And if you continue, I've been using it.
So hold it like a sub. All right, guys, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Heavenly Gracious Father, we thank you, Lord, for just an absolutely beautiful day and weekend, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for all the blessings that you've bestowed upon us. Lord, I ask you to bless everyone within the sound of my voice, Lord. Each and every person here, family member, Lord, bless us and let us continue to make greatness. Lord, I ask a special prayer for the staff, Lord. Keep them safe, let them do their jobs diligently, Lord, and give us the best and safest track that we can have. And most of all, Lord, I pray for the racers, Lord. Bless each and every one of them going down the track. Let the machines run straight and true. May the best man or woman win in his respective class. And we give you all the glory, and it's in your precious Son's name, Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Oh, say can you sing by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Great job, sister. Great job. And you were worried.
Nice.
Bill, you're out of a job.
And off we go. It's time to get down to racing. This is the Robinson Industries Rockingham Man Cup event you've been waiting for. We're on hurry up time, so I'm going to pass it off to my very capable friend Jay Reagan, and we're going to show you a the likes of which you've never seen before.
All right, well, beautiful rendition on National Anthem there by the CMA. Thank the CMA for all their support here, all of their volunteer efforts. Beautiful job there. Nicely done by Santee Rodriguez to honor the late staff member at Man Cup. We're all very saddened by the loss of Platt. And we'll just go into the elimination process here at the Robinson Industries Rumble at the Rock. We're going to kick it off with Pro Mod. Braden Davis actually was a number 1 qualifier twice. .460 riders, we need you to your lane for pairings. 460, you're on standby for pairings. 460, lane 5, you guys should be in lane 5, you're on standby for pairings. We're going to kick it off. When we go to action, we're going to kick it off with Rob Giard on his Robinson Industries Pro Open bike, taking a single for the W. Pro Mod riders are going to defer their first round of competition till later when the get rid of some of the direct sunlight, gets a little cooler. They want some numbers. They want to show you some numbers. So the decision has been made at race control. Pro Mod is going to defer to run their first round at a later hour. So it will be Robinson Industries Pro Open, Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. And then if we have any grudge takers over in lane 6, we'll give you guys a test hit. And then at that time, we're going to move over to our sportsman categories. We'll pair them up, start with Ultra Sportsman, move it over to MTC Engineering Super Comp, and finish it up with Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. That is what we've got for the short term coming on the racetrack here at the Robinson Industries Rumble at the Rock. That's some great.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
continuing now with our high-tech highlights. And I'm here with Scott Samish, and Scott's having a great time here this weekend in 460. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how your weekend has gone so far with Ultra 460? Where's it been? Where are you going?
No, it's been a fantastic weekend. The weather's been great. The air's been great. I think I'm qualified number 6 with a 461 right now. And after 2 rounds of qualifying, we'll get 2 more. And I touched it up, changed the clutch a little. We should be right in there on a 60 or 59 this next pass.
So you're saying it's just not really hitting for you right. It's not launching correctly. So you think you've got the magic formula now?
I think so. We turned up the 2-step and we took a little bit of air gap out of it. So took about 20 thousandths air gap out and turned the 2-step up a little so it's bumping. So I think we'll have that figured out.
Oh, right. You know, and the track's been working so good for everybody all weekend. You know, something that we noticed here, Nufo, my cameraman, noticed, is we've got Fuel Tech on this machine. Of course, Fuel Tech is everywhere, and it's not only used for electronic fuel injection applications. We'll find a lot of carbureted machines out here running Fuel Tech as well. So tell us how you optimize Fuel Tech's capabilities for your carbureted 460.
So yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Fuel Tech. Fuel Tech has changed around my whole program over the last 2 years once I installed it. It gives me way more data than I could ever imagine, and being able to get that granular and be able to change the timing is really what's helped us on the carbureted program. Being able to use almost a closed loop timing system in it that adjusts it, you know, hundreds of times a second, and is it, you know, really allows you just to dial the bike in.
Wow, it's just like you say, you use the word granular, so much resolution. It's almost too much. You know, where do you stop? What do you do? So what are the primary determinants of your ability to tailor engine ignition timing going down the track, starting with the launch?
So right, we build a top line and a bottom line to the pass so that it'll recreate the same ET every single time. And it'll adjust if the tire slips out of the hole and the 60 foot's not quite as good, it readjusts the timing all the way down the track to make it run the same number ultimately at the end of the track.
So it's basically doing an ongoing simulation, projecting what the bike's going to need based on what just happened.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, it's incredible. I've had a 106 short time and a 114 short time and run a 54 with a 2 and a 54 with a 3.
Yeah, and that should make a huge difference down track, that kind of a 60-foot time.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It should make a big difference, but the Fuel Tech controls all that through the wheel speed and through the timing. And you know, once you start getting a handle on it, and got to give a shout out to Will. Will Jones has helped me tremendously in getting that figured out.
Does Will Jones have a company, or is he an individual?
He's TT's son, right, from Huntsville.
Right, the Jones family.
Yeah, Chris Garner Jones and those guys, and he goes overseas and tunes all the time, and he's always a phone call away, and has been a big help to me.
Yeah, it's amazing because it's almost like the Terminator chip, okay, Skynet. Yeah, and what I mean by that is, you know, I was involved back in a day when EFI was just first entering on the scene. I was the first to bring EFI to a lot of applications in drag biking. And what everybody was afraid of back then, and even though all we really had was the most rudimentary fuel map and MS-DOS programming, it wasn't even a great carburetor back then, but what everybody was afraid of was that it was going to somehow take control of the bike, make all the tuning decisions for me, and it was this whole black box fear thing. But the thing was, 30 years ago, that was still a dream, but now that dream is true. And you know what the systems can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the guys that are running those super fast grudge bikes and the pro streets and that are running the Fuel Techs, you know, the stuff they're doing is totally incredible. Being able to keep the wheels down and on the ground using laser technology, and doing the same thing with the timing, right? Pulling timing in and out all the time down the track to get those things to hook up is incredible.
Yeah, once again, technology has marched forward. So thanks for taking some time with us today here, Scott, and good luck. And let's see that 460 with a
2.
Outstanding.
performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive
Directly from him. There's no comparing notes with anyone else out there. So congratulations to Rob and the Stagecoach Sauces crew for putting down a great lap there. And boy, maybe he should have put that thing in 460. And speaking of which, here they come. The 460 bikes in all their different flavors and types. One of the most interesting ones I've seen here this weekend, of course, is Lowry Callahan's Kawasaki, which looks for all the world like it should be running top gas, but man, it's out here duking it up in 460. And yeah, he's right there. He's right there. It's not a bike that's given up much for its somewhat dated configuration. So congratulations to Lowry. And of course, all the racers, especially Ron Copio, ended up on top of the 460. Just so many O's. And here we go. It is now time for Ultra 460. All right, lined up now, Curtis Griggs in the VP lane and Tyrone Lemons in the Hoosier lane. 460 is the number. Let's see how close they get. Serious head start for Tyrone. Look at that, 461. Something goes dramatically wrong with Curtis Griggs' combo. The 1.5 second reaction time. There had to be some type of electrical malfunction or otherwise. Coming up now, Lowry Callahan on that cute little Kawasaki I like so much. And I'll tell you what, there's something cute in the other lane too. That's Josie Brooks on her all-motor 460 bike. That's right, no power adders, no nothing but gasoline and air. Atmospherically powered 460 bike. Off the line, a bit of an advantage to Lowry. And there it is, an all-motor 467 pass for Josie Brooks and team. Keep an eye on that machine. That has some amazing potential going forward. If for no other reason than the tuning is got to be more straightforward when we're not also having to manage the additional power of nitrous oxide. Now we've got Scott Shamish and Mike Wagner pulling up. Scott's out first. Mike has a little bit of a problem at the tree. Scott gets ahead of him at the 330. It's all over early. And even though the margin of victory is large, the ETs were close due to that big difference in reaction time. Next up, Ryan Smith and Joe Procopio. All right, there it is, straight out. Joe Procopio, 461 to open up battle here in the first round. He goes 039 on the light and a somewhat soft 12060. Making out a last call for 460. We are in the process of racing 460, so if you're not in the lanes, you are in severe jeopardy of missing this round. Nobody wants to miss the first round because there's no excuse for that. I mean, if you miss a round later because everything's so busy and happening so fast, that's one thing, but miss the first round, please don't do that. Now up, Michael Ostrowski and Rock Sanders. Rock Sanders on one of the many Leatherneck Express bikes Doug Frierson has built over the years and been involved with. Michael Ostrowski was our #1 qualifier for a short amount of time, and Michael throws the tree and Rock right behind with an 010. Combined reaction times of .012 and a 46001. 46001 for Michael Ostrowski. So he has struck again from that earlier #1 qualifier position. Rock Sanders has to break out a little bit to catch him, and that's how it's played. It's still bracket racing. It's index racing. It's the quickest index racing on the planet. But you still got to play that stripe like a boss. Coming up now, Mantez Thompson Sr. against Michael T. in the T-tuned Suzuki Hayabusa. Spent a little time with Mike in the pits earlier talking about his combination, and it's so simple. It's so basic. I mean, it's almost amazing that a bike that has this, little overall sophistication, and not that it's not sophisticated, it's just not complicated. And it goes 460s, and really it'll do it all day long. He gets lots and lots of passes on a single motor, almost identical reaction times. This one happens at the stripe as well, and another 460. Now from Mantez Thompson Sr., his son goes a little crazy up there. Great to see that type of jubilation. Next up, champion Sean Wheeler And our number 1 qualifier, Ronnie Procopio, Legion of Doom, has come again to Rockingham. Here's a guy who has probably been down this track as many times on a bike as anyone in the world. Ronnie Procopio, definitely a veteran. Legion of Doom has been with us for a while. I didn't see Robin here this weekend, but his wife Robin is one hell of a racer too. But right now it's Ronnie Procopio taking on Deshaun Wheeler, all-star matchup here on the line. And I'm gonna go with the reaction time to Deshaun. Let's see if I'm right. I was right, but in the worst way. Deshaun just red lit by over 2/10. Ronnie Procopio is 0.37, more than enough to get the job done in this instance. So don't know what happened there with Deshaun. That's a big red light. I'm guessing something in the electronics was not cooperating. Now, the junior member of the Wheeler team, Nico Wheeler Jr., going up against Cootie Thomas. All right, I need Ultra Sportsman lane 4 for your pairings, please. Once again, it's Ultra Sportsman. Let's get you to lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman. Here comes Mika, and that's all there is. Something happens to Cootie Thomas's bike around mid-track, and he just cannot make the pass under full power. Alan Fields now in the VP lane, taking on Tim Shelton. Alan Fields, our number 4 qualifier. Tim Shelton looks like number 19. So another underdog matchup here. The deck seriously loaded to Alan Fields' favor, but one thing we know about drag racing is it's always anything can happen day. Usually the winner is the one who makes the least mistakes. Oh man, Alan is in trouble. Tim's way out ahead of him, and he breaks out. It's a double breakout. So, since Mr. Fields went a little deeper into breakout territory, Tim Shelton wins with a 4,000th shave off the 460. Gotta love those double breakouts, man. That is when the heat of battle is on at the finish line. Here comes Rashad Jones, our number 7 qualifier, against Morris Ball, the number 15 qualifier. And based on what I'm seeing here so far, it would appear the lane of choice for those who earn said choice via various means, like in this case being the lower qualifier. Lane of choice seems to be the left lane. So, I know both lanes are real close, but there does seem to be a decided preference for the left here today. Rashad Jones, he's in there. Here comes Morris Ball, and it's on. Morris Ball chops the tree down on Rashad Jones and takes an easy win. Rashad has to break out to try to overcome that 10th he lost at the tree, and that ain't gonna happen. No, not in Ultra 460. All right, next up, competition single with Robert Mann. Apparently John Schwartz unable to make the call. So Mann gets essentially a test pass in the first round. Such a beautiful place to get a test pass. All right, let's get the Grudge Bikes into the lanes, please. Grudge Bikes to the lanes. Grudge Bikes, it's gonna be your turn here soon. We need Grudge Bikes to the lanes at this time. Hey, and Robert Mann does not play around, still throws an 030 light, a 114.60 foot, and a 459 with a 7 out the back door. Just another one on that string of 459s we've seen all weekend. Man, this class is just killer, breathtaking on how close they can run it at 460
while sporting 300-400 horsepower bikes on the track.
Ultra Sportsman, lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, if you're ready, let's roll them.
Burt Brothers Racing. Been out here for 25 years. Multi-generational family here of racers. And we're here with one of the progeny, Jeremy. And Jeremy, Burt, tell us about your two bikes and what you're doing to win today.
All right, so right here what we got in front of us is my 2008 Gixxer 1000. Today I'm running this just true hand clutch street ET class. Hoping to run around 950s, stay competitive, drill the tree, and just stay on it.
Do you like your hand clutch?
Yeah, I'd like to convert it to a cable. I like the feedback. It's more of a rider's bike for sure.
Right, as opposed to the hydraulic it come with?
Right, exactly.
Right on. So hand clutch, all about the left hand. And what do we got here?
All right, over here we have my Gen 1 Busa. I will be racing this in Pro ET. I got my mallet magnet, delay box, Gen 2 slider, all the goodies. Yeah, it's going to be running low 9s. Consistency is big key. I just got to make sure I nail that tree. That's about it.
So you like this one's chances. Have you got a lot of laps on this one?
Oh, yeah. Done a lot of last 3 years of just fine-tuning, getting out little kinks, and getting more and more consistent. I'm feeling good.
Right on. So, well, we're going to push the racing up quick this weekend. Of course, we're going to be doing racing today as opposed to tomorrow. And Jeremy, Burt Family Racing are going to be a big part of it. I want to see you go many rounds.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, please. Super Comp Riders, lane 5 for pairings, and Schwartz Law Group Top Gas Riders. You can bring them to lane 6 for pairings. Sportsman Riders, let's get them paired, and we'll go ahead and get you guys down the racetrack through round number 1.
So I've got another member of the Burt Racing family here. This is Ian Burt. Pleased to meet you. Thank you. And Ian's running a couple of bikes here this weekend. One that really caught my eye because of its uniqueness and the fact that it's got so many bodies on it. Look at all the stickers. Tell me more about this 600, Ian.
So my uncle's been racing it since it came out in 2001. Majority of the wins are before I could speak, probably.
Wow, cool.
But I'm trying to take it over, have a good time with it. I'm doing all right with it. I'm still learning with it, obviously, but we'll see what happens. I mean,
well, and normally the 600s are more challenging bikes to drag race because they don't have that fat, wide power band that just gets it all done. With the big CC bikes, you got to really be on your game to launch them consistently and, hit shift points that are out in the stratosphere. What does this one run up to for RPM?
So it comes up to 14,000, and I leave it about 10.
Outstanding. Check that out. So, like I say, lots of winning on this machine, and just goes to show you, you don't need a Busa or a ZX14 to go drag racing. I mean, you can drag race anything, and 600s are as great a place to start as any. So talk about this Hayabusa now, Ian. Tell me more about this.
So this This is a new build. This is the first year it's been out. Just now putting a mallet magnet on it and having a button be able to use. Still working out bugs on that, but it's running great.
Great start. So you're going to be getting this one figured out. Would you like to give a shout out to anybody at home or any of your sponsors?
Yeah, of course. I'd like to shout out my mom and, of course, my girlfriend, Michelle, and obviously my grandma. She's great. She's the best.
Great job. So more of the Burt family, and I think we're going to see a lot of them for a long time to come.
Ultra Sportsman lane 4, Super Comp lane 5, Top Gas lane 6 for pairings. 460 second round action. Ronnie Procopio will have the earn by. Mantez Thompson will take on Morris Ball. Michael Ostrowski will take on Bob Mann. Tim Shelton, who won the Titanic matchup with Alan Fields. Oh, that was a monster right there. Shelton taking it home. He's up against the Polar Express, Josie Brooks. Joe Procopio taking on Tyrone Lemons, Michael Wheeler Jr., Scott Samish. Those are your second round pairs for 460. Second round action, 460. That's what the pairs look like. Sportsman, let's get them loaded up. Sportsman's on the roll to the puddle. Super Comp, we need Super Comp paired up. You'll be next up behind Ultra Sportsman. All right, we got Montez Big Johnson himself over there in the Hoosier lane. John Markham. Woo, this is a Titanic first round right there. All right, at this point. There's a whole quarter mile out ahead of them. See what goes down. There it is. Oh, my God. Double breakout, but only one will win today. That is Mr. Markham. Coming up next, Spencer Johnson. He's had a great season so far, been number one qualifier at least once that I know of. Gregory Crawford in the VP lane. Let's see here. Gregory's our number 6 qualifier. Spencer's number 3. 950 is the game we're playing here. Somebody's going to get out first here. That's what I'm saying. And we're having a momentary technical malfunction. So both riders back up a second. We're just going to make some electrons flow in the other direction. So we're going to have to spend a minute here working on this, so everybody just kind of take a chill. Spencer Johnson. And we got our team leave. And one of these racers gave up a lot at the line. And you can tell because he ain't the one looking back. Spencer Johnson only has to manage a 995. Next up, the big man Stan and Ian Burt of the prolific Burt Racing family. I tried to interview them all today. I lost track. There's 4 or 5 or 10. I don't know how many birds are here racing today. Multi-generational racing family. Real fun to talk to. Great folks. Ian Burt, of course, is number 7 qualifier. Stanley Russell threw down for the number 2 position. So Ian's got his work cut out for him here. The amazing young sensation himself, Chris Mims. This kid is
going to be someone to watch in the years to come. He is brand new on a drag bike, only been doing it about a year. Of course, it's in his family blood, like it is for so many of us out here. His dad's a racer too. And Chris has just been lethal, showing outstanding potential. Great reaction times, lots of consistency. Chris Mims going up against Robert Bird. Chris gets a slight advantage off the tree. Nobody really has a great reaction time there. And now Chris Mims is the winner of the double breakout with a 946. So next round is set. It's going to be John Markham taking on Chris Mims, and Ian Burt will compete against Spencer Johnson. Semifinals action coming up here on Ultra Sportsman.
the sportsman category. So V-Twin in lane 3, Street in lane 1, and Pro ET into lane 2. Street ET, where guys and gals are at random pair. Street ET in lane 1, random pair. V-Twin is going to be a chip draw. And Pro ET is on a ladder due to field size. Bike number XX12 in Street ET as the earned Byron. Bike number XX12, Street ET, Byron. get you to your bike. You're going to miss the round, unfortunately. Yeah. Santi Rodriguez taking that pair on a double breakout. He goes 889.2, just a skint of a breakout. Mad Mike Smith goes way under 872 for the loss. Sinai Melvin next up left side, bike 777, and he's up against Ryland Rowe from Kentucky. Ryland. Kawasaki ZX14 entry. Not sure about the machine that Sinai is on, but it's a drag race. .907 besting at 893, so you know what that meant right there. Sinai welded him on the tree. Something must have went awry. That is not characteristic of the Rowe brothers and how they compete. He was very uncharacteristically dead late. CJ Mims taking that over Jesse Moyer. That right after John Markham taking out Carson Fields. Top Gas is on deck. Top Gas, you're next up. I do need my remaining ET riders. V-Twin ET will be a chip draw. Street ET, random pairs. Street ET, random pairs due to field size out of lane 1. And Pro ET, you are on a ladder. Chip draw for V-Twin. Random pair. Street ET out of lane 1. And Pro ET is on the ladder. I need my remaining riders in the competition of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Please bring 460 riders back to your lane. 460 riders. Let's bring them up for pairings. You will run behind the ET riders. Top Gas up next, followed by ET, and then we'll run 460. Competition single for Mantez Thompson Jr. Richard Holder unable to make the call back. Mantez pounds out an 8:11 at 153 mile per hour. Rodney Gant, left side, Josie Brooks. Rodney takes a W. Josie goes red by 1,000. Josie Brooks, 010, red. And an 8:22 goes to waste. Rodney moving on. He goes an 8:28 to move on to the next round. Christopher Smith, Joe Procopio. Smith out front. Looks like Joe's out of power. Will Smith break out? No, but very close. 8:21 with an enormous margin of victory. He was oh so close to that index. Christopher Smith moving on to the next round of competition. Scott DeLong left side and Kenny Schwartz in the right lane. 460 riders, please bring them to lanes for pairings. You will run after ET. Between ET, 3 bikes we're looking for, and then we'll move to street ET, which is random pair. And then it will be Pro ET on a ladder. Good drag race right here. Pair of green lights, Scott DeLong, Kenny, the counselor. Oh, 8:33, besting an 8:26. You know what that means. DeLong had him on the tree. George, the birthday boy Jones, coming up in the VP Racing lane. He's up against Rashad Rowe out of Kentucky. Let's see if George can work some more of that birthday magic. Rowe on the ZX14. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine this race. And it is Rowe for the victory. His 8:25, besting the birthday boy who goes 8:20. And you know what that means. George's birthday weekend comes to an end in Schwartz Law Group top gas action. He gave it a valiant effort, going right on the index, but not enough to overcome the light. And our national champion, defending national champion and #1 qualifier, Heather Baldy, earned by run right here. She's away clean. Let's have a look and see what she's got down there. 8:21 with a 5. She is all over that index. Heather Baldy moving on to round 2. Carson Fields, right lane, and bike 2969 in the left. All right, victory for Carson Fields over Wade Cherry. Carson going 8:28, Wade only able to muster an 8:34 there. Carson Fields moving on. All right, we're going to have V20 T up next, and then Street ET. Street ET will be behind it. Street ET is random pairing still. Pro ET, you're on a ladder. Pro ET is on a ladder. I need 460 bikes back to lane. 460 bikes you will run behind the ET categories. 460, bring them up for pairings. 1080 for Casey Smith, dialed in. Casey moving down through there. Legal by run, and he pounds out a 79. He's right on his dial-in. Nowlands will be pretty close next round. Be curious to see what Berger comes up for a dial-in. But with that said, we're on the clock now for Voodoo Custom Street ET. Will be the next category coming up. Voodoo Custom Street ET. MPS Racing Pro ET Lane 2. You guys can get there for your pairings. You are on a ladder. I need 460, Ultra 460. Let's get you guys back to your lane, guys and gal. Back to your lane. Let's get paired up for the next round, 460 riders. Morris Ball's back in the lanes. Where's the rest of you? .460, you will be running after Pro ET. So let's get them up in the lanes and paired, please.
drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
good to see we got our 460 riders starting to stack them up in the lanes. 460 riders, let's get them paired up. You're going to run right after Pro ET. Dana Delk left side. Jeremy Burt left. Burt, 9:16 on a 9:10, taking the W. Delk went red. Braden Davis, left side, Scott DeLong, right side of the racetrack. DeLong over in the Hoosier lane down 909, Davis 887. Slighted advantage off the line for DeLong. Green lights a pair. Finish line. It is the wily veteran. Both riders running off of their mark. Both riders had 0-2 reaction times. You could throw a blanket over the reaction times, but give it to DeLong. 9:19 on the 909, uncharacteristically off pace. Both riders a 10th off of their dial. Rashad Rowe and Josie Brooks. This could play out in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas any day of the week. 8:18 for Rashad, 8:21 for Josie. We're in MPS Racing Pro ET. Check them out on the web, mpsracing.com. Green lights. And it is Brooks. 8:29 on the 8:21. Again, both riders were 0-2 on the tree. Both of them. Rowe, 8:27 on his 8:18. Margin of victory was 8 thou in that pair. Give it to Brooks. Moving on to Polar Express. Farrell Scurry. He's down to 9:33. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Citra, Florida. He's down to 9:09. Green lights, and it is Schmidt advancing. He saw his teammate DeLong move on, and he did the same. Farrell Scurry, 9:16, major breakout on his 9:33, and Evan Schmidt taking the W. Next pair, John Loney. He's out of South Carolina on a Kawasaki. Michael Smith. Smith dialed 8:52. And Loney dialed 9:38. Red light start for Loney. In MPS Racing Pro ET. Smith moves on 8:60 on his 8:52 dial-in. He'd be perfect on the old Super Comp Index. Here's a big one. John Harper. Riley Rowe. Right here in round two. Rowe's going to come in with an 892 dial. Markham 871. Riders moving in. Let's look to the finish line. Who's going to blink? It will be Markham, 877 on an 871 dial. 898 on the 892. Once again, margin of victory. Not much, 0-1-2. Both riders 0-1 on the tree. All right, we're going to be moving to grudge time shots right here. Grudge time shots. If you were in lane 6 and you bought a grudge card, you're going to go right now. 460 riders are on deck. They're paired up. And next round of 460, we will bring the Pro Mods out. The semifinal action for Pro Mod will run with the next round of 460.
So, of course, we see lots of Kawasaki's, lots of Suzuki's, and occasionally we'll see a Honda in the drag racing scene. And, of course, you know, back in that day, Hondas were all the rage before all the double overhead cam things came. And, of course, Honda answered with their own double overhead cam, and it's been an amazing engine in its own right. One of the guys who just keeps on running this Honda CB1100F configuration that's really been in the hands of some pretty famous people over the years is the equally famous Dana Delk. Dana, tell us about your journey with Honda here in drag racing and what you're up to these days.
Well, you're much too kind, but it starts out as a 13-year-old with his Honda CL90 that became a brand loyal Honda enthusiast all his life. And I got out of motorsport for a number of years and then got back into it about 5 or 6 years ago and decided to pick up where I left off, take advantage of 40 years worth of technological evolution and development.
A lot has happened.
And as a former applications engineer, retired, thought I'd put it to good work, see how I could do.
So this is a new bike that you've just recently put together, right? And I think we talked earlier, you spoke about some influence on the look of this bike, and tell me about that.
I was highly influenced by the Vance Hines Pro Stock Honda CB1100F of 1983 in Gainesville, Florida.
It was an amazing machine, and one of the only bikes that Byron Hines would actually ride in competition in the drag racing world.
That's right, but I really like the look and the stance of that bike, and I always wanted to improve, you know, what I had over the years, and so this is my second version. I built a replica bike about 5 years ago, and then I came up with this, but I also decided to put power adders on it, which we haven't used yet, but this is actually its maiden voyage this weekend, just trying to do a shakedown.
First time out, huh?
First time out, and we're going to run Pro ET with the bike, and I got a couple of good numbers today, so we'll see how we do.
Cool, and I mean, you know, what I like about it the most is there's just such a great look to it. These old Hondas have a very unique styling, so Dana's also running a top gas bike that is coming around fast. Might even see that in 460 one of these days. So just another look at the unique machines that show up at Man Cup events. Thank you, Dana Delk.
Thank you, Bill.
Good to see you. Always a pleasure.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Ah, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, finishing up this grudge test hit, we're going to move it into Pro Ultra 460. Pro Mod bikes, if we get 4 of you guys together, we're going to bring you up to the lanes, get that semifinal pairing down through there. 460 bikes. Get all 4 of you up to the lanes, we'll chuck you on down through there. And that looks like that's it there for that grudge shakedown, and we're into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Round number 2 eliminations. I need Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, MTC Engineering Super Comp, please bring it to 5. And Schwartz Law Group, you guys can load them up in 6. You'll be the next 3 categories behind 460 here. Sportsman riders will be next up behind the pros, so Ultra Sportsman, you're out first out of 4. Let's get those 4 remaining riders up here. Super Comp, have a bit more. Let's get you guys into 5 and Top Gas into 6, please. Here we go, 460. Joe Procopio. He's gonna take on Tyrone Lemons. Tyrone coming up from Atlanta, Georgia. Joe Procopio, North Carolina runner. Procopio advances 462 on the 460. Joe Procopio moving on. Tyrone unable to run a number 466. He did have a reaction time advantage slightly, but could not hold off the charging Procopio. Ronnie Procopio moving to round 3. That was Joe Procopio. Ronnie Procopio watching on, hoping that he can match his cousin's power. So, here we continue on. This is Micah Wheeler Jr. Left side, it's Scott Samish in the right lane. Green lights, great drag race. Oh, look at that double breakout. Samish under by 5. Wheeler by just a foul. Wheeler's 4:59, the better of the two. Fantastic reaction times. 0-1 for Scotty Samish in a losing effort. 0-2 for Micah in the W. Micah moves on. Micah Wheeler knows that he's going to run Joe Procopio next round. End of story, and Joe's going to hold the lane choice due to the prior round performance. Michael Ostrowski, left side. Bob Mann, Indiana, right lane. Boy, good drag race right here, and it is Ostrowski, 460 on a 460. Bob Mann just a bit off of that. They both were 0-2 on the tree. That was a drag race. Okay, Morris Ball coming up next in the VP Racing lane. Ultra Sportsman, please get him in the lane 4, Super Comp in the 5, and Top Gas in the 6, please. Ball and Thompson Sr., this is Alabama all day long. And it is Mantez. Something goes awry on Morris's bike. They were tied together on the tree. Both of them had 0-3s. Mantez, Thompson Sr. advances on. Legal buy run right here. This is going to be your number 1 qualifier. Ronnie Procopio already knows he's got Mantez Thompson in the next round. Let's see if he can nail the number and grab lane choice. Just saw Thompson in that right lane. Ronnie away, 462 with a 1. He does grab lane choice over Mantez. Procopio carrying lane choice into that next round, and we got Tim Shelton coming up after he destroyed Alan Fields in the first round. That titanic North Carolina matchup. Tim Shelton, the destroyer. He's up against Josie Brooks, the Polar Express. Josie in second round action here. Dennis Thompson. That's the 6 riders that'll be left in competition, and we are expecting to run that next round at exactly 8:45. 8:45 for 460 bikes back in the lanes, please. 460 bikes, 8:45 back in the lanes.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wow, look at this, huh?
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Pro Mod on deck. If. Oh yeah. Pro Mod is on deck. They'll run directly behind our Ultra Sportsman riders. Super Comp riders, please pair them up. You guys will be right up there behind 460. Markham moving on, 55 on a 50. And Mims breaking out. Reaction time, the difference in that one. John Markham punches his ticket to the final with a 9:55. And the other half of that is either going to be Spencer Johnson in the right lane. Spencer Johnson's crew trying to get his attention, but did not at the last second. And Johnson takes the dub, 9:57. He does not garner lane choice for that final. Spencer Johnson advances. Right lane being inspected. We've got the Pro Mod bikes on deck. This is E1, the semifinals. Braden Davis, your #1 qualifier. He will carry lane choice, as well as Terry Wynn, your #2 qualifier. Wynn will be faced up against Smitty on Black Ops. And Braden Davis will take on the Bad Boys from Atlanta.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Number 6, Top Gas, lane number 6. All right, Pro Mod's moving to the puddle right now as we speak. Super Comp. All right, we got our MTC Engineering Super Comp bikes locked and loaded, ready to roll. Schwartz Law Group Top Gassers, let's do the same for you in lane 6, please. You'll be up behind Super Comp, and Super Comp is going to roll right behind these Fast by Gas Pro Modified machines. JP Maddox on the big millionaire deal. All right, there they go, burning out. Braden Davis forced to make an 11th hour motorcycle change and throw out his 4.0 qualifying time. He had one pass to get in the field, and he did it. And he regained the pole that he had held already. He's currently on the Perry Performance bike of Dalton Perry, and he's your #1 qualifier. JP Maddox in the other lane wants to have something to say about it. This is a battle of Georgia right here. Davis out of Douglas, Georgia, and Maddox out of Atlanta. Both bikes are pre-staged, are going to carefully move it in. Red light start, Braden Davis. 397, 177, 397, and it went red by the smallest of margins, 015. A 101 short time, 397, 177. JP Maddox was 01 on the tree, no slouching. He goes a 426. He did his job on the tree, and he ran his own race. JP Maddox advances in a huge upset win in the first round right there. A huge upset win right there. Wow. Next up, you've got your #2 qualifier, Terry Wynn. He chooses the right lane. Davis just went a 397 in the left lane, and Wynn, with lane choice, is in the right lane. Gerald Smith, Smitty, on Black Ops, coming in out of Pooler, Georgia, the trucking magnet. Owns a fleet of trucks that runs up and down I-95. Ex-military, and he's on Black Ops. It's a race. Green light, and it is win for the win. Terry Wynn, 421. He's going to have lane choice against the upstart JP Maddox in that final round. Terry Wynn holding lane choice. Smitty gave it his all. They were tied together on the tree, and Smitty was not far behind him with that 4.30. Smitty's bike running a lot more consistent all weekend. All riders were. Smitty picking the pace up, JP picking the pace up, and then, man, Braden Davis lowering the boom with that 397. But it came with a red light. Terry Wynn, lane choice over JP Maddox. And we're moving into MTC Engineering Super Comp. 890 fixed index here, quarter-mile action. I need my Schwartz Law Group Top Gas remaining riders. Top Gas, please bring them to lane 6. Let's get them paired up. Top Gas, lane 6 for pairings. ET riders, let's get them on back to 1, 2, and 3. ET riders remaining in competition, let's bring them back to 1, 2, and 3. Between the 3, Street ET to 1 and Pro ET to 2. CJ Mims and John Loney. Give it to Loney, 901 on an 890. CJ Mims, 897 on an 890. So you know what that means. Loney moving on into the next round of competition in Super Comp. Next pair. Oh, this is big. Scotty DeLong left side, John Markham right side. Green lights a pair. It's going to be a finish line race. Who's got what? And it is DeLong, 902 on the 890 besting. Markham also 902 on the 890. DeLong had the reaction time advantage and played that into a dub. DeLong moves on. DeLong and Loney have both moved on. Daniel Joyce left side, and that's Mantez Thompson Jr. right side. Outstanding drag race, green lights a pair. Who's got what? Mantez has it. He goes 901 on the 890. Joyce out of North Carolina, unable to run the number. He falls off to a 920 off of the 890 index. He did hold a slight reaction time advantage. Great reaction time by both riders. Santi Rodriguez, our Man Cup chaplain, in the left lane. Sinai Melvin, right side. Rodriguez, 902, takes the W. Melvin off pace, 933. Melvin was 0-2 on the tree. Rodriguez right behind him, 0-3, but could not parlay it into a win. Rodriguez advances on. He will face DeLong. Thompson and Loney will race. Mantez Thompson Jr. and John Loney. And this pair right here, Braden Davis left side, Taylor Harper right side. This is for the bye run, the legal bye next round. And it is Davis's. Davis, unscathed, goes an 004 green light right there. Braden Davis, ice in his veins, comes right back out there and goes 004. Taylor Harper was 008 red. 888 on an 890, he would have been tough, but the red light spelled defeat for the West Virginia runner. Braden Davis moves on to the next round, and he has the bye run. He will move automatically into the semifinal round. Carson Fields, Rashad Rowe, Rodney Gant, Christopher Smith, and Heather Baldy. If you're not in the top gas lane already, we need you there. You're next on the racetrack. We know that Scott DeLong just went down the racetrack, as did Mantez Thompson Jr., but service them and bring them back. Grudge test hits. If you're ready, you need to be in lane number 8. Grudge test hits. If you are ready, you need to be ready in lane number 8 and ready to run. All right, we got Top Gas moving to the puddle, and that's Heather Baldy, our defending national champion, moving into the VP lane. She was also the #1 qualifier, and Mr. Christopher Smith is going to have his best to have something to say about that. Christopher Smith will be over in the Hoosier lane, 820 fixed index. All right, Top Gas round 2 coming at you. This is for a spot in the semifinal round right here. Heather Baldy, #1 qualifier, left lane. Christopher Smith, right lane, goes in deep and he parries with a red light, unfortunately. Heather Baldy was locked and loaded, 009 on the tree, and she belts out an 819, so she moves on. Baldy will be looking for the winner of the Mantez Thompson Jr. pair and Rodney Gant. Speak of those Devils, they're up there right now. Winner here is going to race Heather, our #1 qualifier and defending national champion. pair of 829s, but Mantez Thompson Jr., 00005 reaction time. Rodney Gant gave it everything he had. He went 829, the big man coming up short. Mantez Thompson Jr. will race Heather Baldy in the next round of competition. All right, looks like we're going to have to be forced into a rerun situation of that pair. So bike 343 there that made the full pole. Going to have to bring it on back. We're going to have to rerun you. Unfortunately, system issue. They do. All right, Rashad Rowe in the right lane is your legal buy here in Top Gas. We will have a rerun of a pair. Unfortunate system malfunction causing that problem. Rowe, he will be up against that winner of the next pair. .828, a little bit off pace for Rashad Rowe, but he does advance. And he will face Carson Fields or Scott DeLong in the semis. Baldy and Thompson will race.
So we're here at Rockingham Dragway. And of course, if you know anything about motorcycle drag racing, or drag racing in general, but motorcycle drag racing's always been a real big thing here at The Rock. And of course, previously I worked with Steve Earwood here. There's been so many motorcycle drag races here over the years. It's been part of the My Rock series, which of course is combined with Maryland International Raceway, currently operating as the XDA. And I'm here today with a special guest, Jim Howard, who is the track manager and has quite an illustrious career going in drag racing himself. So Jim, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, you know, most of my racing career to start with was started with my brother George Howard, which mostly in Alabama. I moved up here a few years ago, but my career actually started in Alabama. I track operator with Montgomery Motorsports Park for 20 years, and we also operated Huntsville Dragway, US 43 in Tennessee, Bama Dragway. We created the $1 Million Drag Race. My brother did. It was a dream to. He said, "I want to pay a bracket racer $1 million."
And that was a first of its kind thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was unheard of. You know, everybody, you know, told me. I even told my brother. I said, "You're insane. There's nobody going to pay $2,500 to come race
For a tech car.
For a tech car for bracket racing." You know, and in days back in 1996, and anyway,
but what a pot, you know, what a prize.
You know, it is. Back in them days, there's several stories. You know, T.J. Tracy was our first winner, and he actually took his house payment and everything and didn't tell his wife to. You know, he was on his last dollar to make it to the $1 million. It was kind of like he just. Like going to the casino. He
more or less, yeah. Drag racing's like that sometimes.
And he won, and you know, and I forgot exactly what the amount was, but it was a couple $100,000 back in them days, and which changed his life. I mean, the $1 million is
sure.
Changing event, and to this day, he's in business for himself. His whole life changed, and it's been amazing. And we're fixing to celebrate our 30th anniversary of the $1 million, which of course. My brother George, who was the actual, he's in the Hall of Fame. Him and Bill Bader are in the same category of promotion.
Tall company.
Yeah, pretty good. You know, yeah, that's pretty tall company right there. So, but anyway, George passed away a few years ago.
I'm sorry.
And sold the $1 million race, the rights to it, to Randy and Jennifer Folk, which have done a fantastic job.
That's what I've heard.
It's at a new level than it's ever been. It's fixed to celebrate its 30th anniversary at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and I think last year there was over 700 entries for its 29th anniversary.
Just wild. And, you know, who'd have thought pots like that would ever be available in drag racing? But here it is. It's today. And you had a large part of it. So now you're here at the rebirth of Rockingham Dragway. And like I say, I've been down this surface as a racer myself, as a tuner, as a builder, as a promoter, as a member of Man Cup, as a member of My Rock. You know, this racetrack is near and dear to my heart, and always been a big fan of Steve Earwood. He and I just always saw eye to eye, so I love everything about this track. So take us through some of the renovations here. I mean, it would appear that the current owners are aggressively improving this facility.
Oh, it's Dan Van Horn and Al Gennarelli have just. It's the rebirth of the Rock.
And the patrons of this racetrack right now. They are.
Yes. I mean, and they're racers themselves, and they raced here at the Rock with Steve. You know, of course, Dan Van Horn does the Modern Street Hemi Shootout. Okay. So these guys are both drag racers, but Al is in the construction business, the concrete business of all things. And
how helpful.
Yeah, how helpful it is. And, of course, Dan is just an unbelievable. I've been in this all my life. And I've never seen anybody as aggressive as far as promotion. And now with all the new social media and all the stuff that's going on, I mean, this place has just exploded.
Wow. And you said the local community is getting involved too.
Oh, everybody. The Richmond County Tourism Board is just all on board, the state. And we've got help to help. They want to keep the Rock. We're one of the few racetracks in America that the people want it. They're not trying to close it.
Right, yeah.
They want us here. You know, they want us here, and they want to build it. And
great to see.
These guys have just we're so active in the community, and the community's active with us, and that's how all these improvements. And
Yeah, everywhere I look.
I mean,
You know, I see new buildings I've never seen before. I see modifications of existing buildings. Everything is freshly painted. And of course, I was studying what the concrete work that's going on with the stands on the the left side of the track. And I actually spent a few minutes up there just looking it over. Don't know much about concrete. A friend of mine who did concrete once told me, we know two things about concrete. It's hard and it'll crack. But, what's going on out there is immense. And I mean, this takes resources to take whatever we've got there, 800 feet of concrete stands and completely rebuild them. That's because that's what it takes. They've been out there for decades, and it's time to renew. So, but anytime I see folks like you doing things like this at a place like this, it just warms my heart for the future of our sport. So, do you think this is going to continue? Is everybody still real enthusiastic about what's happening? And a quick question for you too: what about that track across the street? What's going on over there?
Well, last year, we had NASCAR come back.
NASCAR returned to Rockingham after how many years did that track sit idle?
I think 2004 was the last time they had an official. They had a little something there, I think, in the 2013 or 14, and nothing big. But last year they had the Craftsman Truck Series and Xfinity Series come back, and
what an amazing renewal, because we didn't know that would ever happen.
It was blown out. We had more people at the Rock than they had at the Bristol Cup race.
Wow.
So I mean, it's so there's and everybody's been involved over there too. So we're hoping and praying for the track next door. They've spent lots and lots of effort and money, and it's just like this deal here. It was just kind of like a dream, especially with my story. Of course, David Ellsbury, which was just an unbelievable friend of mine and partner in Montgomery. And we're not spring chickens anymore, right?
No, I know what you mean.
So anyway, when we sold Montgomery, Rockingham actually is my wife's forever home. This is her birthplace.
Wow, no kidding.
And yes, and we have a home and property here in Rockingham, so we decided when we sell out, this is going to be our forever home.
It's like fate was calling your name, huh?
Yeah, so we get up here, and of course, we took off a year and did what people do when they retire, or they think they retire. And Steve, who was a lifetime friend of me and my brother's, calls me. And of course, Billy Weeks, which used to be Steve's kind of right-hand man here.
I remember Billy, yep.
Suddenly passed away. And Dan and Al was actively involved in buying the place. And Steve called me and asked me what I was doing. Of course, I was sitting on the couch quarterback,
So he brought you back out of retirement, did he?
Brought me out of retirement. He goes, hey, can you help me through this transition and get these guys on their feet? And I said, I'll do what I can do, because now I'm doing it because I want to, not because I have to. And these guys are just fantastic people to work with. And that's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah.
But when we got here, I mean, and I can tell you just in a brief sentence what we've done. We first got here, the whole track was ripped up.
Yep, I remember that.
6,000 feet of brand new wiring. We got new scoreboards, new timing systems. We got scoreboards on the tower. We've redone a multi-million-dollar project on the Beechers. We've got brand new bathrooms. We've got new shower systems.
It all looks so good.
All LED lighting, all new entrances and roads and buildings, and I could just go on for 15 minutes, and there's no stopping. It's just the beginning, guys.
That's great. And now, was the track ever not operating, or was it a more or less seamless transition?
It was a seamless transition. I mean, this had been going on a while with Steve and Dan and Al, and I just want to reiterate, them guys are. I'm just here to help these guys do whatever they need, but I'm telling you, these are fantastic.
You're the tool. You're the agent of change.
Yes,
you're the creators.
I'm the race director to help these guys and try to keep the crew going, and they just. I mean, we got a full service bar restaurant in this place. I
see that.
We've got a stage built. We have concerts here.
Well, it takes a veteran like you, and I mean the money men, for lack of a better way to put them, the patrons of the track. That's Dan and Al. When you get into something like that and it's not your main business, you need somebody like this to pull all of disparate pieces together and make that transition seamless.
I'm a little bit of the glue that gets the, you know, this is a racing facility, but these guys dream. This is more of an entertainment complex. The Rock is back.
That's where it's going.
It's about the experience of being here. We want everybody to. We want the.
All right, this is for a spot in the semifinals of Schwartz Law Group Top Gas, and Carson Fields turns it red, 026 red. DeLong was right there, 013 to the green. DeLong 824. Carson Fields was loaded, 818. He was on the number, but he went red, 026 red. Scott DeLong moves into the semifinals. He will face Rashad Rowe, Heather Baldy, and Mantez Thompson Jr., the other semifinal pair. As soon as the four of you guys and gals are ready to roll, bring them back. And I got a final coming to the line right here in Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead, V-Twin ET. Larry Berger, right side. Larry's on a tear. Casey Smith wants to have something to say about it. Casey soared it. Larry took his dad out. See if Larry can knock out two Smiths. Or will Casey avenge his dad's loss last round? 1078 for Casey Smith, 1075 for Berger. Green lights a pair. It's going to be a finish line race. Smith, Berger, Berger, Smith. Smith it is. Casey Smith, 1090 on the 1078 dial. Congratulations to Casey Smith taking the dub here at the Robinson Industries Rumble at the Rock. He and Rob Giarda both punched their tickets into the winner's circle. Larry Berger, a valiant effort as a runner-up. He had the reaction time advantage. He just was markedly off his dial-in, which is uncharacteristic. Larry Berger, a runner-up here. All right, ET riders are chip drawn. We're going to go into Street ET. We've already crowned a V-Twin ET champion, and ET riders are in the lanes. Street ET and then Pro ET, that'll be our next two categories. I need my 460 winners back to your lane. 460, get them back up here, and I want the Pro Mod final right behind it. 460 and a Pro Mod final. I want you guys back in the lanes. All right, I'd like my 460 remaining competitors, please bring them to the lanes, and my remaining Pro Mod final. Let's get it up here. Let's get it on. 460, I think I got 2 more rounds to crown a champ. And, oh, I hear the rumble. Something's a rumbling. We're gonna have, I think, Street ET next out. Street ET. Casey Smith, fresh off a V-Twin victory, still alive in Street ET with the earned by run. So Casey Smith laying waste to the field everywhere he goes. Making Georgia runner dial to 1078, and here they come. Smith, legal by, he's in, he's got a green light. Oh, we got the movie stars all out there. We got little Ron checking out the action. Ian Burt and Bernard Gilbert. 2 green lights. We got a finish line race, and it is Burt. Oh, Gilbert breaking out by 6th thou. And he was late on the tree. He did what he had to do. But the reaction time difference spelled defeat for Gilbert. Ian Burt moves on. John Markham and the Tin Man. 906 right lane, 957 left lane. Oh, Tin Man moving on. Red light start, left lane. Uncharacteristic red light, he goes red. Wardell Pinkney, 906 Dow goes a 912. Javante Jones left side in the VP lane. Jeremy Burt, Hoosier side. Burt down 971, Jones 983. 460 riders, let's get them back in the lanes, please. Let's get around through a 460, please. 460 in my Pro Mod final, let's get them on moving. Right, Jones goes red. Jeremy Burt was 022, taking the dub. Burt, 949, who is he holding? That's a bit of a breakout. That's Jimmy Hayes style from back in the 80s at Sunshine Drag Strip. Woo! But Burt takes the win and moves on. He was right on the tree. Javante Jones red lit. Larry Berger, our runner-up in V-Twin, and he's taking on CJ Mims. Big reaction to our dial-in difference here. Berger 13:45. Mims is going to wait a week to leave. It's going to be a long time. And both riders turn it green. Who's going to play the finish line right? And it looks like it's going to be Mims. 889 on an 886, taking the win. Berger 1339 on a 1345, so you know what that means. And that looks like that does it for Street ET. I will need 5 remaining riders in Street ET to just service them and bring them back. Let's service them and bring them back, please. 460, get it to the lanes, 460. Pro Mod final to the lanes. Pro ET riders are getting locked and loaded for their next round of competition. All right, I see my 460 guys starting to stack them in the lanes. We'll get them paired up, roll you guys on the racetrack behind MPS Racing Pro ET. Pro ET will be next up. Sportsman riders, I'll need my 950 final. Bring it back. Super Comp, next round, bring it back. Top Gas, loaded up 6. Remaining riders in all categories, service them and return, please. Service and return. We will attempt to accommodate as best we can riders that are still active in more than one class, but if you are not active in more than one class, there's no excuse for you to just service and get it back up.